Hey guys, my name is Paul Shaney and I'm going to be the vehicle modeler for the behind the scenes project. So why don't you come with me and we'll get started. Hey Mark, how's it going?
How you doing, Jared?
Good to
Welcome.
see you.
Yeah, have a seat. Have a seat. Well, it's good to see you. I guess you've heard all about the project and where what we're starting, and I guess you're going to get into the helicopter design.
That's right. Yeah.
And I'm sure you've been briefed a little bit on the character and the nature of it. I wanted to show you some of the artwork that led into the style or the vibe that we're heading towards. I've got some of these early sketches of a compound. This is basically the base, and this is getting into the industrial nature of it. I wanted to show you this so you can get a sense of where the chopper is going to approach and land into, where Geo, the character, is going to be dropped off and do his thing. This is a kind of a concept illustration that gets some of the color and taste of the space, some of the colors. It's going to be snowing.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
This is just an idea of some of the landscape to get you in the flavor. This is some other research here. And basically, you know, this is going to be about 20, 30 years in the future. So some of the base and the compound is going to look like a sort of refinery or a facility that has a lot of pipes and girders, and only various elements of the architecture will look as if it's advanced. But the chopper and Geo's attire are going to be definitely looking as if they're on the cutting edge of technology. A good step or two beyond what we would have today in the military. So I'm going to show you a couple sketches I did of the chopper. So here we have just an early detail sketch, just trying to get the feel and the form right. And this is the current drawing that everybody's responded to, and that gets the general proportion. You know, you have these side jets that are going to work like some of the VTOL, where you have the ability to lift very high speed. It's going to have these jets, so it's going to suggest a chopper that is definitely futuristic, but has the ability to really come in and be a strike, command.
And you said it's going to be like 20, 30 years in the future? Or?
About 20, 30 years in the future. So some of the surfacing that I've developed, and here I can show you, this is the current orthograph that I just came up with the other night. I'm going to be putting this into Photoshop and compositing, a little bit of texture and color and some value on it, just because right now this is just pure line work.
Yeah, the color will help me kind of know what the surfaces are supposed to look like, so that'll be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then here is some reference I have of various existing choppers and some of the details that are going to be parallel to the surfacing that hopefully you can develop and put your input on.
Yeah.
And I just thought I'd put this, and I'll kick you this file as well. But you can see here there's some really great, beautifully, turned and cast, titanium and aluminum armatures and mechanical components, which are going to all play into this. So some of this is going to be very relative to current technology. So we're not going to completely reinvent the helicopter, but some of these elements are going to be proportionally different. So when you see the chopper, it's going to look like something you haven't seen before. So the graphic and the silhouette's going to be unusual.
Yeah, it's really cool. You say futuristic, you kind of think, it makes me think of something very sleek and perfectly refined, but this kind of makes me think of something more bulky and utilitarian.
Yeah.
So that, combined with the fact that it's going to be futuristic, I think will be something new. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, and definitely want to see what you can come up with on some of the surfaces. As of yet, I haven't defined all of this, so in further meetings we can
go back and
talk about how some of the intakes would work, and maybe do a little research on how the pragmatic of this looks legit. And like, for instance, I haven't yet figured out exactly how the landing gear works. So we have this very tall vehicle that when it lands, right now we have no justification for this thing.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because we have this big gun on the bottom, and it kind of makes you wonder how it's supposed to land. But
yeah, it never lands.
Okay, not in the movie. Huh?
Just crashes.
Yeah.
It's a sign that everything's bad. Just crashes. Gunner dies.
Do we know which part of the helicopter is emphasized the most? Like where the camera shoots?
From what I've gathered in the animatics, it looks like there's not going to be too much in the cockpit.
Okay.
A lot of the action's going to be on the side door.
Okay.
Because Geo's going to have this scene where he pops out, sights the whole scenery, scopes out everything, and then from the side door, which I believe is going to pop and slide like a van door, from there he's going to launch out. So a lot of the shots are going to be kind of hovering around this door.
So the spot outside. Do we see the interior at all?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. There's going to be some interior shots, and of course, when the door pops open, there might be some sort of suggestion of red or infrared lighting
Yeah.
that the viewer of this will be able to get a sense of the style of the interior, but
Right.
it won't be glowing.
Okay.
So there's probably going to be spots of technology, I'm assuming, and maybe like some source lights that indicate that it's
Yeah.
the stuff is hitting the fan and the guy's about ready to launch out.
Okay. Great.
Kind of like how paratroopers might have like a light
Yeah.
that goes off, and they know it's about time, for
Yeah.
for the action to occur when they have to hop.
So down the road, you'll provide some sketches maybe of the interior, just to give me an idea of like what it's supposed to look like inside.
Yeah, and I haven't really put much on that yet, and it's going to obviously reflect the shapes of the windows and all of this going inwards. But right now, the space hasn't been defined. One thing I know for sure is there's going to be some sort of avenue connecting from the cockpit going into that space. But since we're not seeing the pilots, we're not going to play on that.
Yeah.
We're going to try to make that a narrow passage and not go into it in too much detail.
Right. Okay.
Because also that's a lot of work for you too.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely have to focus on the parts that they see
Yeah.
in the movie. So great. This looks awesome.
And then one last thing to mention too is you can see it doesn't have a typical rotor, so there's going to be a jet in the back that guides and keeps the chopper in line. And so that one is probably going to be like a built-in jetpack kind of setup where there's like some sort of diversion of the air to keep the chopper in line. So it's going to have a slightly
Yeah.
unusual tail end.
Okay.
And we can go into that further
Fine.
down the road.
This is a good start though, and so you're going to send me a more colored version later, and
Yeah, I'll send you a
We'll start with
file
that, maybe.
tomorrow or the next day. And
Okay.
if there's anything else you need, like I said, I'm going to give you these. You can take these sketches with you, and
yeah, great.
and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I love it.
All right.
Awesome.
Excellent. Yeah. See you
Thanks,
soon.
Mark. Okay. All right, we've just had a great meeting with Mark Garner, the art director for the Behind the Scenes project, and he's given us some artwork and we're getting ready to start modeling a helicopter. But before we do that, I want to go over my personal workflow. As you can see, I have some buttons up here that might look kind of unique to some of you. A lot of it is pretty straightforward, like the delete history button here. You can turn history on and off right here. That's off, and here's on. I like to leave it on. That way I keep a history of what I've done to each model. But I like to have a button handy right there so I can quickly delete the history and clean out all the extra nodes that might be attached. Now that button right there is the smooth poly button, and it does exactly what it says. It smooths the poly down. As you can see, it smoothed it quite a bit. It's subdivided 2 levels. In fact, maybe we should just look at the options for the smooth poly tool. So let's go in here and hit smooth, hit the little box. As you can see, division levels are set at 2 and continuity is set at 1. So we'll see what happens when we set it to the division levels to 1. As you can see, it smooths it a lot less. And the continuity, of course, has to do with how smooth the object actually gets. So if we set to 0, you can see it actually increases the number of polys, but it doesn't make the cube into a sphere at all. So that's your smooth poly tool. We'll use that quite a bit, and I'll explain a little more about that later on in this chapter. We're going to take these boxes. We're going to hit that button right there, which is simply the combine button. So as you can see, everything else is their own individual object, but now these 2 objects, after I've hit combine, are one object, and the button right next to it is a separate. So I hit separate, and now we have 2 separate objects. Here we have 2 merge vertices buttons where we can actually combine vertices from different polys. I have 2 of them set up, one for vertices that are right on top of each other, which is 0.001, and the other which is for vertices that might be a little farther apart, which is 2.5 is what I call it. And those numbers just have to do with the distance that vertices are actually apart. So let's test it out here. We'll hit 2.5 to this. We'll hit, we'll do it again here. You can see that's how you can quickly merge vertices together. But sometimes, you might have vertices on top of each other. Like you might choose to snap something just like that. And, you don't need to use 2.5. You just want to snap it and then merge the things on top of each other. So you just hit that button right there, and now we have 2 vertices made into one. And so we have this poly object that's been completely welded together, first by hitting combine and then by merging the vertices together. So that's kind of how I do it. I like to set up those two different buttons. The next button I want to talk about is the extrude face button, of course. And this works, pretty straightforward. Just like the face, hit extrude face, and you can start to, grow your object wherever you need to grow it. And what's great about this in the new version of Maya is that there's one button now for both faces and edges. Before there were actually extrude edge and extrude face buttons for each one. But now, according to what you have selected, it knows what to extrude. So that's how you would extrude an edge. You select it and just hit the button. So that's extrude edge. And this button right here is the extract tool. This is for when you want to actually remove individual faces from an object and make them into their own object. So that little face that I extruded, just by selecting it and hitting the extract button, I've turned into its own unique object. And this object, or this button, sorry, is the append to polygon tool. And this is a great tool to use too to help fix errors or just add some extra geometry where you need it. So let's say I have an empty hole here. You use the append polygon tool by clicking one edge, just like that, and then you click the other edge, hit return, and there you go. It fills the hole nicely for you. Really handy tool. So I'm going to delete that history right there. Okay. So the next button we're going to talk about is the average vertices button. So you select some vertices, you hit that, and it kind of does the same thing as the smooth tool, except you're not actually subdividing. It just tries to smooth out the object by, you can be really specific by grabbing those. And of course you also have the sculpt polygons tool, and I'll bring up the options box by double clicking the tool on the left hand side there. And there's several different modes. There's push, there's pull, there's smooth, there's relax. For the most part, for a helicopter we're going to use smooth. In a character you'd probably use this a lot more, but a mechanical thing like the helicopter, not so much. But as you can see here, we got it on smooth. It does a lot of the same things that the average vertices tool does, except that you have more specific control, as you're almost painting on the object basically, and telling the object where you need it to smooth down. So that gives you an idea of kind of how that works. Very handy tool to use, obviously. Next thing we're talking about is the lattice tool. Now this is something that's actually in the animation menu subset, but it's something that modelers use all the time, and I use a lattice same way. So I've put a lattice on this object right here, and you can control how many divisions you want in each three-dimensional direction. And what a lattice does is allows you to deform the object without having to grab a lot of different vertices at once. You can just kind of create this mesh that surrounds your polygon object, and then grab those lattice vertices, and you can quickly deform the object without having to go in and grab the hundreds of vertices that might be in a specific area, for example. So it's really great for scaling or changing the shape slightly. It's a really fantastic tool that you've got to learn to use. We use it quite a bit. Now this is a new split polygon tool that you see in the new version of Maya, and I find it quite useful. It really helps a lot. I love how you have the direct control. You can just click on an edge, and when you let go of the button, basically is where you're telling Maya to put down your new edge. Very, very handy. Now this one, of course, is the one that's been used, that they've had for quite a while. And it gives you more specific control. You can kind of control the directions, whereas the old one, or not the old one, but the one I just showed you, basically adds a loop. And this one you can add really specific directions to your new edge, to a polygon. So that's how that works. Now let me show you a little bit more here. I'm going to delete a few edges, I think. So we're going to delete these right here, and we're going to show you the select border edge tool. Now before, there wasn't a great way to select the border. So you had to go by and select them individually. But with the Select Border Edge tool, you can just select that, double click on the border, and it'll get the whole thing for you right there. Super handy, let me tell you right now, because there's a lot of times where you know, you have a large edge and you don't want to take the time to select every single little one. And this, of course, is just your regular edge loop selection tool. Does a lot of the same things. You just have to double click on on an edge, and it'll select it. That's the delete edge tool. So I'm double clicking using the edge loop selection tool and then hitting delete edge. So we're going to clean up this little cube here real quick. So these are some tools that I have handy. You know, I like to keep my tools, my buttons in a shelf. I know a lot of people use marking menus, some use hotkeys. I kind of use a combination of everything, but for the most part I use buttons like these in my shelf. Now these are the soft and hard buttons. Okay, as you can see, I've just turned this blobby shape. I've hit the hard, and you can see how all the edges, you know, basically the object has become faceted. By hitting soft, it makes it look smooth again. Now, we haven't actually subdivided doing that. Okay, we've just changed the direction of the normals on the edges. So it's pretty handy though to help you, you know, be able to see how a surface is moving along by using soft and hard. If everything's hard, sometimes it's hard to see, you know, how the surface is shaping up. But other times when you have a sharp edge and you need it to be hard, if it's soft, you're not going to see very well how it looks. Now I've turned off two-sided lighting, okay, and as you can see, I've got an object here. This same blobby thing is the normals are facing the wrong direction, and I know that because everything is turned black. That's why I have a flip normals button there also, so I can quickly I can tell which objects need to have their normals flipped. Okay, and another tool I use obviously is center pivot and freeze transformation. There I've moved the, you know, say for example if your pivot gets all the way out there, have a quick access to your center pivot button. There's also a freeze transformation button right here. Hit that, and you know, you have all these wacky numbers on something. Say we add a rotate, add some scale to it, that kind of thing. If you need to freeze something out, you know, just hit your freeze transformation and boom, everything goes back to 0, 0, 0. And of course you can change the options so you don't have to freeze all of those things at the same time. If you go into the options box for freeze transformations, what you can see is you can choose to freeze whatever you want right there just by checking and unchecking these different things. For the most part I use all of them, so I keep it checked. In specific occasions I might go in and uncheck a few things, but I use center pivot and freeze transformation all the time. Now of course we have hide unselected and show last hidden. This is just a way that I like to work. Say for example I want to isolate something specifically. Instead of having all the model inside my scene where it's kind of bogging me down or getting in my way, I select just the thing I need to work on and hide everything else, and then, you know, I have the show last hidden button right next to it. So do my work and then show everything again. Now another thing I want to show you is the custom polygon display options that you can see here. I like to have my edges set to soft and hard, okay, with the highlighting of the border edges and the edge width set to about 3. And I'll show you what this means here. We're going to hit apply and close, okay, and remember how we talked about soft and hard before? Well, this is a way you can quickly see which edges are soft, which edges are hard. And as you can see, I'll turn wireframe on here, wireframe on shaded I mean. As you can see, this object that's been turned soft, the edges that are displayed kind of have a perforated look to them. But if I turn this one hard, you'll see that it has a nice solid line. So if you're quickly scanning over an object and you want to know which edges are hard, which edges are soft, this is a great way to do it. And as you can see, the hard edge looks a lot different from what the soft edge looks like. And again, this is just for you to help you with the modeling. You know, as you're trying to understand how your surface, you know, which directions it's going into. Now let's delete the top face on this little cube here, and I can show you something else. You see how those border edges now are thicker? That is a very, very handy way of seeing where you have gaps. You know, what parts need to be fixed up. So let's do a test here really quick. We'll have these two objects, okay, that we previously welded together. We're going to take them apart, okay. We're going to make sure that they have the custom polygon display options set to them. As you can see, the part where it's been torn off there, where there's a hole, the edge is a lot thicker. Okay, so when you're in wireframe mode and say you're welding something together, it's really easy to see what parts need to be welded together still. As you can see, as I weld them together there, the thick border edge goes away. And again, this is handy because there's times where you're welding, pieces together that have hundreds of vertices, and it's easy to miss a few here and there. But if you have those border edges set thick, you can turn to wireframe and quickly scan through it and find the parts where you're missing welded vertices and get them put together. So we're going to use the appended polygon tool, and we'll fill up that little cube right there, just like that. Delete the history. Okay, we're going to talk about beveling just for a second. A lot of people don't care for the beveling options in Maya. I'm probably one of those, but I still try and get as much use out of it as I can. One reason why people don't like it, or don't love it at least, is that it has very unpredictable results. But I say you still can get some decent results out of it if you try and use it just right. So as you can see there before, it was an unbeveled object. It was very sharp, very CG looking. Something you have to have in film quality or cinematic quality models are nice bevels. And as you can see, just adding a simple bevel with the bevel tool, just like that, makes the object look so much thicker and realistic. And there's a lot of different ways you can do it. You don't have to use a bevel object. You could, just like that, add a couple edges, and that's a pretty quick way to do it. There's other times where it's not as straightforward. Maybe it's a more complicated edge. You might kind of have to do it by hand. So what you can do is split the edges right here in two sides. We're going to loop select that right there, delete that edge, and then add a couple more edges right there. Okay, and we'll add a couple more down there just for some support. And when we smooth this object, we have a nice beveled edge right there. So there's a lot of different ways to do it, and you'll probably see me do some other methods to try and have a nice beveled edge in my objects, but those are a couple things you'll be seeing me do quite often to get the right look of the models that we need. One thing I want to talk about though too is getting your models ready for render time, because a lot of these models need to be built as light as possible, okay, but they also need to be ready at render time to have nice smooth beveled edges the way they should, but they need to maintain their shape for the most part, right? So we have some tests here I'm going to do. Okay, I've got simple planes, and as you can see, there's only one edge right here, okay, and we're going to see it from the profile view here. Alright, nothing too fancy. If we hit smooth on this with division level set to 1, continuity set to 1 also, okay, hit apply, we can see how it loses its shape right there, okay, with just that one edge. And in a lot of cases that's not what we want. Okay, we'll lose the so-called structural integrity of our model. It'll get washed out, the shapes will get messed up. So we need to be able to have a light mesh, but at the same time we need to keep the structural integrity. So what we got to do is create support edges, okay, just like that. And it's really not any more than that, just adding a couple edges around the points where it needs to stay sharp and crisp. So we'll do the same tool or same test here, okay, on the one that we've added support edges to. We'll hit apply, and as you can see, it maintains its shape. And it's off a tiny bit, but that's actually a good thing, because like I said, that adds a nice little bevel to your model. So renders a lot nicer and catches some light the way it's supposed to. So that's an example right there of smooth ready models. And as I'm modeling the helicopter, you'll see that I'll do tests sometimes where I'll quickly smooth something and then unsmooth it, and that's just to kind of test and see what's it going to look like at render time when this thing is smooth. So let me show you another example real quick. I've got these two little bullets, okay, and one is a smooth ready model and the other is not. Now, taking a quick glance at it, they look exactly the same, right? But let's look at the actual geometry. Okay, this one on top does not have any kind of support edges to it. The one on the bottom, I've added some simple little support edges, where it's needed to be, kind of thing, so that it maintains the shape it needs to. So let's do a test. Let's smooth this. Okay, as you can see, it kind of gets washed out there. It loses that shape. You still can see some of it, but it's not what we want, really. Now you look at the one at the bottom, okay, where I've actually added some support edges. We'll hit smooth and we'll look at the difference. Okay, so the one at the bottom maintains the structural integrity, and it has a nice beveled edge that will catch highlights and make it look a lot more realistic. So that's the difference there, and that's something you need to pay attention to as you're modeling, to have some nice quality models. So that's a basic overview of my workflow. That just kind of helps so that as I'm modeling, and maybe I do something a little fast, if you go over this chapter first, you'll understand what I'm talking about. So those are my custom buttons that I like to use, and really, I don't have a lot of tools that I use. These are the primary tools that I use, and it seems to work well for me. So now that we've gone over the basic workflow, let's talk about, let's jump into actually modeling the helicopter. But before we go into a lot of detail, the first thing we need to do is create a proxy model, okay? And to do that, we got to use the artwork that Mark just gave us. The artwork I looked at in the meeting was black and white drawings, but he actually sent along some, by email, sent me some colored versions of those black and white drawings, which are a lot more helpful because they can give me a little bit more understanding of what the surface actually looks like, what direction they're supposed to go into. So we're going to set up some image planes here and put the artwork attached to them. Now, some people like to attach it to image planes to their cameras. That's fine. For me personally, I like to actually stick a piece of geometry in there and stick the texture on it. That's just the way I am. I just kind of like working like that. You can do however you want, but basically here I have a Lambert shader that I've attached the texture to, and I've duplicated it twice. I'm just going to retype in here front. That's the other one. We have a side, front, and then the other one is a perspective. Okay. So we have two colored ones and one black and white, but that's fine. So we're going to go ahead and attach it to these image planes here, and as you can see, it comes in kind of the wrong direction. You can fix that with the UVs, but the fastest way is just to grab the plane and just rotate it. So we'll rotate that too, rotate the perspective. Okay. And this is kind of the setup I like to do. I like to set up my profile, my front, and have the perspective kind of off to the side. Now I do need to make sure these are the same size, so that I'm modeling them correctly. Okay, because the image sizes are the same, but the helicopter in the image might be a little different. So what I'm going to do is hit the insert button, okay, and take my pivot point rather, move it down here to a tip of the helicopter. I'm going to match it up to the other helicopter and then just scale it up, okay. And it looks like that's pretty good. That's pretty close. So now we know I've got two helicopters that are supposed to be the same size. Okay, even though the images look different, like I said, the helicopter itself in the image needs to be the same size. So I'm going to set up some layers here. I like to do this also. I like to have a layer for each image. Okay, so we'll set up a side, we'll set up a front, and we'll set up a perspective. Oops, I spelled it wrong there. I'll have to go back and do that. Okay, so we'll assign each one to the correct one. Okay, and we'll turn into a reference layer. There we go. Let's get perspective right, spelled right. By clicking the little R next to it, I've turned into a reference layer. Okay, which means that I can't accidentally click on it and scale it and rotate it, because that could happen very easily. If I need to select it, just click the little R off, and we're good to go. Okay, so we have our images, and now we're going to just start with the cube, and we're going to use his artwork as a template and start modeling away. I'm going to delete one side. We're just going to model half of it, of course, because we'll always end up duplicating stuff over, mirroring it over. That way we don't have to do it twice, obviously. So we're just going to do this one side, okay? And really quickly, we're going to rough in the shape. And this is going to be our proxy model, okay? So it's going to go really fast. It's really simple, quick and dirty modeling, just to get the rough shape in. And you may ask, why do we need to make this proxy model? And the reason why is, especially in this case, we're not totally sure on the exact design of this. These drawings he gave me are somewhat preliminary. He's talked about giving me some more images later, and seeing it in 3D first and kind of reworking the design. And what I don't want to do is model tons and tons of detail into the helicopter, and then we decide to make major changes to the scale and proportion and size of different aspects of the helicopter. That would end up being way more work than what we need to do. So what we're doing here is, like I said, just adding a really quick, simple version of the helicopter that we're going to show Mark later on, and see what he thinks of the proportions. Because there's always differences of what something looks like in 2D versus what it looks like in 3D. I've seen it a lot of times in the modeling I've done at various studios. It looks fantastic in 2D, but as soon as you put that in 3D, you start finding issues or problems that you couldn't have anticipated just drawing them on paper. So this will be our proxy helicopter. We'll just be adding some edges here and there where we need them, keeping it really light and really simple, moving the vertices around to match the rough shape of the helicopter. Just going to get some of these things straightened up here, and of course on the side I haven't done any work on that yet, so it doesn't look quite good. So we're going to work on that a little bit, kind of round out the shape a little bit. Grab these vertices, push them in, and we'll start to pull this thing out. So you can see it's just really simple, quick modeling just to get that rough shape built in. Another reason why the proxy helicopters is so valuable is for animation and for animatics. A lot of times, in rushed productions, animators need to start working on something before you've actually finished the final model. And so a rough model, okay, will go a long ways to helping them, get the production moving forward. Now, it may not be perfect, but if it's close enough, if it's, if the general volume and general shape aren't going to change too much, then they can have their characters animated and, moving around inside the helicopter or the environment or whatever you need. And while they're working their animations, you can be working on the final model. So you can see, how this thing is starting to take shape. We're just matching the artwork, trying to get a rough version set up, and we're going to add a few extra pieces here. We don't have to keep it all one piece, obviously. We can make multiple meshes. Okay, we're just going to make a quick little tail fin here. Simple as that. Don't even have to add in the details. There's a little kind of arm in the back there. I'm not worried about that at all at this point. Characters won't come in contact with that, so it's not something animators would be frustrated with, and it doesn't tell us a whole lot about the shape or proportion, so let's not worry about it. Let's keep it pretty light and simple. Okay, so we have a nice little tail fin there, and turn on my display grid, and I'm going to make another cube really quick, and we're going to work on that little gun turret that's at the bottom, or I should say big gun turret that's at the bottom. Now this is definitely something that changes the silhouette quite a bit, so we got to make sure we get this added in. Okay, split a few more edges here, and like the other stuff, I'm going to delete that side of faces and pull it over, because we're just going to do half of the object and then mirrored it over so we can save a lot of time. Okay, going to round this out just a little bit, grab those, pull them to the side. So you can see how this thing is taking shape. We're going to fast forward just a tiny bit now, so I don't bore you to death with all the little details of modeling a proxy model. So you can see I've added that little round gun turret on the side. I've added a little bit of a groove also on the side according to this design, and I'm going to cut some edges here and cut out the door. So I've selected these faces, hit extract, and boom, we have a door just like that. Now of course we need to actually make it thick. We don't want it just to be a plane, because we are going to see the interior of this thing. So we'll just select all those faces and hit extrude. And it gives a little problem at this point right here, so we'll just grab these little vertices and pull them out. No big deal. So just like that, we have a simple little door. Now the door, of course, is not perfectly rectangular like that according to the design, so we'll use the artwork to match it up. By the way, in the profile view, I have it set to X-ray view under the shading option. That way you can see the wireframe of the model and you can see the artwork at the same time. And again, that's just the way I like to work. I know some people probably don't care for that so much, but that works for me. So we're going to get this little door kind of put together. It's kind of looking a little wobbly right now, but that's okay. We're not too worried about having a perfect shape at this point. So we'll cut a little bit more detail here in the hull so that we can match the silhouette of the door. And pull that over. Just like that. So we've got a simple little door now. And speaking of which, talking about the interior, let's go ahead and add a little bit of the interior. So I'm going to select all those edges and just hit the extrude button and pull them out. Now looking from the top view, we need to straighten those out a little bit. Snap it to the center grid. And we have an interior simply. Okay, now we're going to focus on the bottom gun just a tiny bit more. Again, it doesn't have to be super detailed, but we want it to look decent enough, right? So we're going to grab a cylinder here, scale it in the right direction. Let's take a look at it from the side view with the artwork included. I'm going to pull those vertices down just a tiny bit, pull that back. And we probably need to add a little more detail there at the bottom to get it to look just right. In fact, I think I need to rearrange the order of my poly slightly. Okay, so we'll get the gun working. We'll add an edge right there, just like those faces, and extrude. If I can get in the right direction, there we go. We'll extrude those so it's a little fatter at the end, just like the design has it. Okay, so same thing here. Cut an edge right there. Select those faces, and we're going to extrude, but we're going to go inside instead of out. Okay, if I get the right direction and the right amount. All right. And just gonna grab an edge, extrude that guy, and this will be our little wing that's at the bottom of the gun. Okay, so just like that, we have our simple little gun turret added to this bottom piece. I'm going to add a little bit more detail here. I probably don't need a lot of detail here, but I feel like just basically roughing out the shape a little more for this piece. So we'll add some more edges, and we're going to grab these faces and try to extrude, but that doesn't seem to work, so we're going to cut a little more specific line across this direction. We're going to kind of rearrange the way the polys are flowing right here. Nothing too fancy, but just so we can pull this guy in just like that, and we can match the artwork a little bit better. Now it's looking a little messy, so I'm going to clean it up a tiny bit, delete some edges, pull that guy back, pull him back, and we'll add an edge here, delete that guy, and it's starting to look a little cleaner. I'll straighten that. One thing I do often, as you can see I did right there again, is I grab a row of edges, and if they need to be in the same direction, grab the entire row and then just scale towards each other. And that's a quick, easy way to get all those vertices to be exactly the same plane. So you'll see me do that quite often. We're going to keep pushing and pulling here and trying to get just the right look for this bottom gun turret. Getting to rearrange some of the polyflow, so I'll delete that edge and I'll lay down a new one here, and we'll bring that guy all the way over just like that, and we'll pull these in just a tiny bit. Again, I'm probably going into too much detail here, but you know, sometimes you get in the flow and you just keep going with it. So we've got the rough shape of the entire piece, but we also need to, you know, put some missiles in here. And again, these don't have to be complicated either. You just need to get the idea across. So we'll just grab those vertices and merge them with 2.5. That way we have a nice sharp edge here. We'll widen that just a tiny bit. And to top it off, let's add a new edge right there so that we can grab edges, you know, on the top and bottom, extrude them, and those will be the little wings that you see in the design for the missiles. So we'll grab those edges, snap the top down to the bottom rather, and then merge them using 2.5. And there you go. So we'll take that little missile and we'll duplicate it a couple of times after we get it positioned correctly. We've got a total of 3 missiles, so we'll duplicate it one more time. Maybe give it a little turn, just like that, and there we go. And this, you know, again, this is all simple modeling 101. So you can see we've gotten a little farther now. I've added a few more details. Our proxy model is coming along, and I need to add some more details to the front here. We kind of moved ahead in the future a little bit because, again, I don't want to bore you with all the details of simple proxy modeling, but I just want you to have the idea of what it takes to build one of these things. But as you can see, it's taking shape. You know, starting to get an idea of what this thing's going to look like. We're going to add the window area here, and one thing I like to do is use different shaders assigned to different faces to just, you know, give me an indication of what each surface is supposed to be. So of course I had this green shader assigned to what should be the glass, and that'll kind of help me organize in my mind, you know, what edges need to go where. So we'll cut an edge there, and we'll extrude it, and we're going to grab these guys and merge them together. That way we can create that strip that goes along the outer edge of the of the window on the front, and we'll just keep shaping this stuff along. Okay. Now I'm going to grab that side piece there and duplicate it because it looks a lot like the front piece, this little front wing thing you see in the artwork. Now one thing I love to do obviously is to reuse pieces. You've got that's one great way to get things done faster is reuse what's already been built, repurpose it. Now obviously I can't use it exactly the way it was, but it gets me, probably 75% there kind of thing before, and that, it's just quicker. Instead of having to start from scratch, you can grab a piece that's already been made and just repurpose it. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm going to grab this guy, pull him over, maybe give him a slight angle there just like that, and we're going to line that up though with the centerpiece. And we've got a nice little front wing piece there. Okay, let's continue the window line down here, and we'll bring it down to the bottom and delete that edge. I don't need that anymore. Okay, let's cut another line across here. Again, this is all just art, getting that form, that rough form added into the model. And don't worry about being too perfect at this point. Just keep it real loose. Just try and go as fast as you can. Follow the artwork. And what we're going to do at the end of this actually is we're going to make some quick renders of the finished proxy model, and then send them to Mark Garner and see what he thinks and get his feedback. Okay, I'm going to use the create cylinder tool here really quick, and we're going to start working on the propeller section. Very, very rough version again. And that, of course, is probably a lot bigger than we need at this point. We're going to grab that face and extrude again, scale that part in, add an edge, squeeze it back in. There we go. Select those edges, bring them in a tiny bit, and we'll move this thing towards the center. Make sure it's all lined up. Snap it using the Snap to Grid tool. We'll add some edges along there, and we'll go ahead and delete the other side because we'll probably end up, again, we want to duplicate it over after we're done, not make it hard on ourselves. So we'll get rid of all these faces on this side that we don't need, and we're going to do the work on this side and just mirror it over. Okay, scale that guy in. It's not quite looking what I want it to be yet, so we'll keep working on that guy. We're going to come back to this area right here though underneath, and we're going to start to shape these edges down a little bit, following the artwork, of course. Getting that rough hull shaped in there. Okay, we're going to go back to the propeller area, make another cylinder, and just rough this little shape in here. Again, following the artwork and trying to stay true to that. A lot of art directors, well, some art directors will want you to follow their art that they give you perfectly. Other art directors might really want you to have some freedom It just depends. You kind of have to just get to know your art director well and kind of feel them out, know figure out what they would like you to do. In this case, we're just starting out, so we're going to stay as true to the artwork as we can and show it to Mark, and then kind of have a collaborative working atmosphere with him and see what he thinks, and maybe go back and forth. So create another cylinder. We're going to create a nice little propeller here really quick. We'll extrude it out. And what I did there was I changed the pivot point, sorry, by hitting the insert button. And I hit insert and I snap it to the end, and then you can scale it from that point, which is really handy. Okay, we're going to add some more edges here, because obviously there's a lot more detail than just a straight cylinder. And we'll blow this guy up just a tiny bit, and we'll follow the artwork. Yeah, as you can see, I'm modeling straight out, but the propellers themselves are actually kind of hanging like they would if the helicopter wasn't flying. So, but just to make it easier, it's just easier and more practical to model something like this straight out, and then at the end bending it into place. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to kind of rough these shapes in, and then we're going to drag the propellers down like they need to be. Okay, pull that guy up. Going to rotate that just slightly, and I'm going to add some edges here so that we can actually add a little bit of bend into the propeller, so you can kind of see it sagging a little bit, you know. Now I'm doing this basically just for the proxy. When we actually model the propellers, we'll keep them straight out, so that when it comes time to rig them, the rig is the thing that will actually bend the propellers and not in the model. But for now, just so it looks a little bit better, we'll model them sagging a little bit. So I'll move that pivot by hitting insert right into the center, and that way I can duplicate it very quickly, and they're pretty much already positioned just by rotating them. Okay, so we've got we're moving pretty good with our proxy model here. We're going to hit save. Now here we are, we've skipped forward a little bit again, and this is our more finished proxy. Okay, it's the same model, just added some more detail. As you can see, it might be a little too skinny, but you can see we followed the art pretty closely. If I grab the artwork here, for example, and I pull it down, you can see it matches pretty tight from the side and the front. But to my eye, it looks a little flat, a little skinny. It is kind of an interesting thing to look at, but I'm not quite sure if that's what Mark was looking for, especially based off of the perspective drawing that he gave me. So we're going to send him some images, and we'll meet up with him again and see what he thinks. Hey, how's it going, Mark?
Hey, Paul.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah. Well, I printed out the images that you sent. Yeah, it looks good. I think this is a really good massing. You know, we call it proxy model, right?
Yeah, the proxy model. So it's just really rough, just real temporary, just to kind of get the proportions figured out before we jump into all the detail. So. Yeah,
and you know, like you said in your email too, I did notice that the front view is definitely looking narrow. It's looking a little thin. There's aspects of it that I think look cool, but I think practically speaking, it's a little too extreme.
Yeah.
So one of the things we can talk about today is, you know, how to fatten that up.
Okay.
Make it look proportionally right. My first thought, I was just doing a doodle here, is to bring a lot more width and crown into the main cockpit area. So from the front view, just kind of push all that geometry, if it's possible, to push that geometry out.
Yeah.
And inflate it almost. And, you know, maybe you can send me another pass at it.
Okay.
And we can go from there. Side view, I think, is looking really good. Obviously, there's lots of things that can be talked about, one of which is, as I notice you blocking this in, it draws to attention that some of the intakes and and the way the jets are positioned and socketed into the craft looks a little bit undefined right now and could be possibly more integrated.
Okay.
One of the thoughts I was having, and maybe you could kind of give me some feedback on this, is taking the shapes and the vibe of concept cars, like some of the Bertone vehicles, even like Lamborghinis, some of the scoopes that you would find, and turning some of the intakes into sharp fin elements. And I'm probably going to do a paint over, I'm thinking on one of the next passes, where I'm going to go in and really shape and refine and do kind of like a 2D version of ways that we can go in and refine some of the way this is all going to integrate, so that it does have this truly engineered look, so that all these components, because right now my sketch that I gave you originally, this is looking a little bit too, this jet exhaust is looking a little bit floating, it's too separate. So do you have any thoughts on a way that we can integrate that, maybe do it as kind of a hoop of some sort?
You're talking about just this large exhaust right here, like integrate it more?
Yeah, possibly make it flow out from this shape.
Yeah, that's a good question. The part where it sticks out most is right here.
This facet.
Yeah, it looks like it was just attached on there, kind of, like post-process after they've already built the helicopter. But maybe it's just bringing this part up a little bit, pulling that down, and then just kind of fit into the form a bit more, so it kind of swoops into the movement of the metal right there.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. And also, I'm noticing too that even though the blades of the chopper are kind of relaxed because it's not in a spinning mode, there is a tangency with the tail.
Yeah, that's one of the problems right there. Yeah.
And I'm sure you noticed that as soon as you modeled it, but we'll have to probably make that either straighter, change the angle, or at least provide a little bit more distance between the tips of the blades.
So maybe make the tail longer so the props themselves get longer?
Because this is such a heavy looking chopper, the blades probably need to be a larger proportion. Considering the size of this and the girth of this, because this thing is full of munitions and probably can hold like 6 people. And Gio's a heavy guy.
It's got to look thick and bulky and
So that's good.
Do you have any idea? I mean, I know I'm going to play with this a little bit, try to make it wider, but just to start me out, do you have any idea like how much wider you want to go, like percentage wise?
30%. I was thinking 30% wider at least, and maybe what we can do is I made a mark on here on this drawing, so if you could hit that mark on the full width of the body, then we'll go from there.
Great.
Use it as a starting point. Also, what I wanted to show you too is a couple things. One of which is I just have this book here that touches on some of NASA's space shuttle and space station equipment, and there are elements to the way the space shuttle was fabricated. Some of the creases in here, and I think as we get more and more into the refinement, we could pick off of some of these kinds of bone lines or creases in the shapes in the model that gives it that sense of accurately manufactured, but still has an industrial look. We have rivets, separate materials being inserted into the craft. So like that might be aluminum, this might be titanium. Like this sort of asymmetrical port, which could be an exhaust. I don't know quite what that is, but the way it's chamfered and sunk into the ship, I think that looks really cool.
Yeah,
so
I like
maybe
it a
we
lot.
could play with that on a couple of these details on the side near the gunner station. And then, then what I wanted to show you is I started doing a take on the interior.
Oh, great. Okay.
So I know we're at that stage now where you kind of have to shell it out and do a model. And maybe what you can do is take a look at these sketches and email me or call me, so that if there's any discrepancy between the interior and how the interior relate to one another.
Right.
Obviously the window's an easier one, but I think some of the volume inside, it's so undefined.
Yeah.
So we can maybe kick between these two and see what the shape and the interior volume can crown like.
Okay.
Because I know it's going to crown a little bit in the rear end where it goes towards the rear gunner.
Right.
And what I haven't yet figured out is how much space does the rear gunner need. Maybe what you can do is give me an idea through cross-section of how that space could really work best.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, this is great. This will get me started at least.
Yeah, and there's another angle.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, you can see like I had this idea in here about having a winch system. So like if Gio, I don't know if we're going to have this in the automatic, but there's a possibility that Gio might need to be lowered. So what we can do is suggest there's a winch device, and that plays off on the gantry element that's on the
On
side
side
above the
right there.
door.
Right.
So those two
Okay.
can kind of play off of each other, and then I have some technobabble sort of screens in
Yeah.
here, and I don't know if he'll interact with it, but there's a possibility that if he needs to, check out information about his sortie, his expedition, he can go to this screen, touch on it, get some
Yeah.
data.
Yeah. No,
Maybe
that's
it
cool.
stats on the
Okay.
chopper.
I guess first things first, though, I have to get the rough proportions of the outside done so that we know, how much can I throw in the interior, because if it's
Right.
we got to figure out how wide it's going to be so we can know what's going to go inside.
And this plays into it too, is the action. How much space does he need to rotate around? And
Yeah.
from the animatics,
Yeah.
it looks like he could reach his arms out and not even make contact with the left and the right. And that's probably another reason to justify
The thickening of it.
making this whole chopper wider.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'll start on that. I'll take maybe if I can take your sketches. and I'll,
sure. And is there any other thoughts that you have? Any other questions about surfacing at this point?
I think I just need to kind of dig into it and just start, making it a little bit wider. And like you said, the edges. Right now, this is just a temporary proxy model. So I haven't spent a lot of tension or a lot of focus on what the edges look like on surfaces. But
Sure.
yeah, we can talk about that some more.
Start moving into that. That's going to be
Yeah.
exciting too.
Yeah.
We can start really
Yeah.
getting this thing flushed out, feeling.
Yeah, because right now they're just really sharp CG looking edges.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
there hasn't been any
exactly.
focus on it. So.
Yeah.
But,
And then at that phase, I think I'm going to, like I said, do a paint over, get on top
That'd be
of
great.
it. And then just,
That'd be great.
and it's also going to give me a chance to start
Yeah.
suggesting to the texture artist what the
Yeah.
chopper could do.
That'd
that
be
way.
fantastic. Cool. Well, I'll get started on this and send you some emails and meet with you again probably, and we'll figure out just how wide to make this thing. And,
Plump it up.
yeah, pump it up.
All pro
That's
print.
right. Cool. Thanks,
Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah.
All right. Take
See you
care.
again.
Well, after our meeting with Mark, I went back and I worked on the proportions of the helicopter based off of his recommendations of trying to scale up about 30%, and I pushed and I pulled and I sent him some screen grabs, and we talked back and forth over the phone and through email, and this is what you see there is basically the proportion that we ended up with. I think it looks a lot bulkier and a military vehicle ready for combat. And thanks to his sketches of the interior, we also have a rough version of the interior built in here. So I threw the character in as well, also so you can get a sense so we could get the sense of what the right scale is. So we're ready to go with the rough model, both of the exterior and the interior. So now that that is all done, we can pass that on to animation, and as long as we don't change anything drastically in terms of the position and scale and size of everything, then they can do their thing while we go ahead and start modeling high-res. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to start to put together this high-res bench just to start out with, just to grab anything random. There's no method to my madness, so to speak, of what part of the helicopter to start with. I'm just going to go ahead and start with this thing just because I feel like it. So this little bench actually isn't something that, if you look at the sketch that Mark did, it's not something that was in the sketch. It was actually requested by the producer of the short film, because at the beginning of the movie we see our main character Geo. He's sitting down, contemplating, getting ready for his big fight. So Mark, in this case, has given me a little bit of freedom and let me kind of throw together this futuristic utilitarian bench that gets thrown into this helicopter. Now, that's actually a good thing, though, that I think that he gave me a little bit of freedom there. As a model, it's a great thing to be able to come up with some of your own designs. So one thing I wanted to do with this little bench is I wanted to make sure that it was grounded in reality. The helicopter is definitely something that's going to see lots of action, lots of fighting, and I want to make sure this thing was really bolted in there, right? So we're going to create lots of brackets and bolts and that sort of thing that's going to keep it in place. And here we have kind of this centerpiece that kind of keeps the legs of the bench together. And I like how it looks, with each of these long solid edges, so I'm going to keep those. And I'm going to add support edges around here. And what I'll do is I'll grab the inside vertice of each of these three, a set of three edges, right? and then just scale those guys in. That will give me the nice beveled edge that I need. And now when I scale them in, of course, it scales it in the Z direction as well, and so it kind of distorts it a tiny bit. But it's an easy thing. Just grab those vertices, scale them towards each other, and then you can make that edge flat again. So that's that piece right there. And now we're going to get work on the top of the leg just a tiny bit, and we're going to use the bevel edge options here. And it's not an exact science. It's a lot of trial by error, just trying to figure out the right settings that you need. So mess up a couple of times, but just undo it and go back and keep trying to get it right. So I think for us, 0.05 for the width and just one segment this time is going to work fine. But with just one segment on there, that's not enough to maintain the edges we need when it's smooth. And so let's add some support edges on there. We'll do a smooth test, and it looks like it holds up just fine. Now, one thing you saw there too, I deleted the faces on the very top, and the reason I did that is to keep our scene lighter. In this case, it wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world to leave those faces on there, but there's no point to it really, because they get pushed up into the bench area at the bottom. So you might as well delete them if you're never going to see them, and that'll help keep your scene lighter. A good production ready model has to have enough detail to it, to make it look believable, but at the same time you've got to keep it as light as possible so that it's easier down the road for both the texture artists and for the people who are rendering the scene. So we're going to go ahead and work on this leg a little bit here. We'll add some edges, and we'll just grab these two faces and just gently pull them out. Same thing for the side here. Pull it out and pull that guy out, and that gives us a nice rounded beveled edge along there. Pull the front one out just a little bit, and it's starting to look okay. We want to keep this one sharp right here. I think this is this looks good if we keep it sharp. So we'll add some support edges and just pull that front one just a tiny bit, and maybe a couple more just in case, so it maintains the shape like we want. Okay, it's looking pretty good, but I think we need to add a little bit more interest, a little more detail to it, something that can kind of catch the light, catch some shadows, that kind of thing. So we'll just use our extrude tool here and extrude these guys back. Of course, we got to add some support edges around there so it maintains a nice crisp edge. And we'll just scale that in slightly. But scaling it from side to side didn't pull those vertices up like we need to, so we'll grab those from the profile or in the perspective, and then look at it in the profile and just pull them down, and that should do the trick. So I think our leg is actually coming together pretty nicely. We'll just use our create cube tool really quick. I think the leg needs to kind of come into the bench a little bit better. You need to kind of create the illusion that there's something kind of bolted in there to keep it stuck on there just right. So we'll add another example here of that. Now I think you can see throughout this video as you're watching me put this together, I really believe that anybody can do this sort of thing. It's not it's not as hard as it may look. There's a lot of simple shapes that are created, and if you have enough patience and enough desire to try and finish something like this, I think anybody who has basic 3D skills, modeling in Maya, can really do it. So you're going to see that throughout this video, because there's a lot of stuff that may look complicated after it's done, but if you break it down into its individual parts, it's really not that bad, not that complicated. So let's grab another bolt here. We're going to duplicate it, rotate it around, and stick it in place. And this little bolt is you're going to see it used quite a bit, because it's one of those things that you don't need to create tons of different variations for that, because no one's going to notice it. So you might as well have one utilitarian bolt that you're going to use over and over again to make it easier on yourself and make it easier on the texture artist who only has to do UVs for it once, and then you'll be good to go for the rest of the time. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and duplicate our leg here. I think it's starting to look pretty good. We'll use the old proxy model legs as guides as to where we need to place the new legs. Move those into position. And now we'll just select each one, hit the up arrow, and then hide everything. And that way we can delete this and we'll show less hidden, which brings back our new legs. So hitting the up arrow, just so you know, that that allows you to select the group basically. So selecting one little piece of the leg, hitting up will allow you to select the group. And I think we need to create kind of a little seat on top of this bench. So we'll just grab one of the existing cubes that we've built, pull it in, and we'll make it a little bit more interesting by adding a couple edges here. And just pulling them in just like that. Want to keep that sharp, so we'll add some support edges. And this is something that a texture artist could do, I guess, but it's easy enough for us to do it, and it's not that much more geometry really. So, you know, I think it adds a little bit more visual interest, and so we'll add that in. And we're going to work on the back bench area just a little bit here. Added a nice bevel to it. Place an edge right there, and we're going to kind of yank up the back of it a little bit so that it looks a little bit nicer. I'm going to pull out some of these faces so that we can see our nice beveled edge, of course. And add some support edges right there because we want to keep that part sharp. More support edges wherever we want to keep the shape preserved at render time. And that's starting to take shape just fine. Might just scale that in just a tiny bit, just like that. Now, I don't think they would be sitting in such a way that the thing is straight up and down, so we're going to rotate it back a little bit. Makes a little bit more sense how a normal person would sit. And I think we need to create kind of a little entry point where the back bench is going through the armrest or the brace, I guess you could call it. So we'll just grab that same object and just scale it down and increase the size a tiny bit, the width, so to speak, so that it kind of looks like the bench or the backrest area, sorry, is going into the armrest. Give it kind of an entry point. I think we're missing something on the backrest. I think we need a little bit more detail there just to add some visual interest. So we'll grab one of those cubes and we'll just scale it down and yank the vertices out like that to create a long strip. And what I'm doing here is I'm creating kind of some ribbing that's going to go along the backrest. So we'll center that pivot. We'll bring that guy in just a little bit. Pull him in. Center pivot again. And as you can see, I took the backrest and moved it back at a straight up and down type angle, just because it'll be easier to quickly duplicate these little guys, and then we'll group it all together and then rotate it back to the way it's supposed to be. So we'll get this guy in the right position and then we'll start to duplicate away. Again, this is something a texture artist could add but you know, it's simple enough and it's easy. Doesn't add that much more geometry and add some visual interest, so I think I want to do it. Okay. So I think our bench is starting to come together. So here we go. You can see I up-res the armrest too, even though we didn't see it here in the video, but yeah, I think our bench is good to go for now. And now we're going to move on to some of these ceiling braces, just for fun. And here's some faces that are getting poked into the ceiling and the wall, so we'll never see them, so you might as well just delete them. Save yourself some space later on, right? I'm going to take these faces and we're going to use the extrude tool, except we're going to extrude inward this time, which gives us an extra face on the ends, but that's okay. You can just grab that face and just delete it. I'm going to select these edges now and pull them in just a little bit. Oh, there's the extra face on the other end. Let's get rid of that. We're going to try using the bevel tool just a little bit, see if it works in this scenario. I think it works pretty well. We're going to have to delete some edges though that we don't want. But first, let's get it to the right setting that looks good. So I'm changing the width option just to get that edge looking just right, not too thick or not too thin. Now I want to maintain the shape there, so I'll add some support edges. Same for this spot right here. Let's get that all situated just right. And some support edges along the interior part. I don't think I need these edges, so we're going to go ahead and delete them. Have the support beam come straight out from there. Do a quick smooth test. It holds up pretty well, but I think I want to add a couple more edges just to help it along while it's interpolating. Okay, so our braces are coming along. As you can see, I've duplicated it a lot of times there, and I'm added a green shader to it, and now I'm going to work on this the support beam that goes along from the other direction and follows along the wall, because it has a little bit different shape. So also, as you can see previously, a lot of times I like to use shaders to label the things that I've already worked on that are done. There's no, like I said, there's no technical reason why I'm doing this. It's just for myself, just to kind of help pace myself when I've got a lot of things to do. I can take a quick visual inventory of what's been worked on and what, you know, how much is left to do, and it just kind of helps me mentally as I'm in the zone, so to speak, modeling away, trying to get lots of stuff done. And it doesn't mean necessarily I won't come back and work on something. It just means that I've touched it and I've got it looking, you know, or it's at least 90% of the way, so to speak. So this support beam is a little different because it follows the wall, the contour of the back wall of the helicopter. We're going to keep that shape because that those angle changes are how the wall changes as well. So we've got to keep that in the beam as well. Okay, looks like it follows the wall pretty well. Except it intersects here with some of these other beams. And I think we're going to need something to show, like it shows in Mark's artwork, how these things intersect together. So let's create a quick tube, or cube, sorry. Not a tube, a cube. We're We're going to bring this guy in and make sure he's just the right size. And what we're going to create is kind of another brace similar to the brace that we created for the bench, but this will be something that follows the shape of that first ceiling beam that we created. So let's rotate that 9 degrees. We're going to start off on one side, but we want it to follow the shape of that beam. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it, split an edge right there, grab the face, extrude, okay, and then do the same thing, split it, grab the face, extrude, split it, grab the face, extrude. Now we just need to go to this point because, like a lot of things in modeling, you can do just half of it, duplicate it over, or mirror it over, you know, and it's the exact same situation in this case. We only need to do half the work, and then we'll duplicate it over once we're done. Well, that's a face that we're not going to need, especially after it's been duplicated. And all these faces on top we don't need either. We've got to keep our scene as light as possible, so we'll just go ahead and get rid of those. Now this is a piece, this bracket will be duplicated over several times. So anytime you can cut out extra faces like that, it's a fantastic thing. Now I use the extrude method to create the different directions of this, but I don't like how the polyflow works, so I'm going to go ahead and kind of redirect it. I'm going to delete some edges and create some new ones here. That makes it look like the metal's been kind of turned each time it changes direction. Okay. Add one there, add one there, add one in the middle, delete those, and that's looking more like we want it to look. In fact, we don't need this other side over here. We can go ahead and delete all this, and we'll just basically mirror it over twice. So we're just actually creating 1/4 of the entire brace piece right now. So we're going to move these guys over, kind of round out the edge, so to speak. And we forgot to add those edges in, so we got to do that right now. Match it up, pull that guy down. And I think we're starting to get there, although we do need to add our support edges so that we maintain our shape later on. Center pivot, freeze transformation, we'll duplicate it -1 in Z and move that guy over and combine them. Grab the vertices that we want to merge at 2.5. And a lot of times it seems like I'm going quick doing merge vertices because what I do is I hit G, which runs the last command that I did. So really all you have to do is merge the first two vertices using the button, and after that you can hit the letter G and that will just replicate what you just did. So you can hit the button once and then just boom boom boom, just run through the whole thing and just zip it all together. So I think this is starting to look good. We got to make sure this sinks into the brace just right. We definitely don't want any light leaking through these parts. Okay, coming together. Although with this guy, I think it looks a little bit better, and it's kind of indicated in Mark's art to have a change of direction here. Pull that guy down. And use and reuse. We'll grab one of the bolts that are on the bench bring them up here to the brace. Another thing you can do, speaking of these bolts, that is really helpful to a texture artist coming right after you, is do the UVs on the first one you create. Just get the UVs done. You know, object as small as that, the UVs are going to be really simple. And of course, later, a texture artist can always do the UVs on one of the bolts, transfer them over. But if you do it on the first one, and every time you duplicate it from then on, the UVs are already done. So that way he doesn't have to worry about finding every single little bolt in the scene and making sure the UVs are transferred to it. So it's just something you can do. You got to think ahead. Think about the next step in the pipeline, or the, basically all the steps in the pipeline to come, and figure out, what can I do to make it easier for the guys in front of me. We're going to make sure these edges look right. I think I've got a little too sharp, so we'll pull these edges back. That way it catches a little bit more highlight, makes it look a little thicker, I think. A little stronger. So I think it's starting to come together. We're going to grab this little brace and do a smooth test. It looks good, so we're going to go ahead and add the green shader to it. Group it together with the bolts and start duplicating it along each brace. So these are the bench and these braces, these ceiling braces are pretty simple things, but it's getting it started, and it's starting to take shape. Okay, we're going to keep moving forward with the interior of the chopper. Specifically, we're going to work on this area right here, which is presumably right underneath where the propellers are going to be above the chopper on the outside. And it's kind of a loose sketch, so it doesn't give us exact dimensions or instructions on how we're supposed to model it, but that's a good thing, because I can start to use my design ability and experiment a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and start taking the proxy model version here and start fleshing this thing out. So let's take these faces, we're going to extract them, hide that, and I'm going to use the append to polygon tool here to fill the holes that are left behind. So click one edge, click the other, hit return. And now we're going to get rid of these edges by using our loop select tool, and then delete edge. We'll kill those faces because we don't need them. And we'll go ahead and finish off making a center point for all these edges to meet up. Okay. And we're going to do some experimentation here to try and get it to look cool and to look roughly like how he has it in his loose sketch. So let's go ahead and add an edge right there. That way I can easily use my loop select or edge loop tool closer to the outer edge of that inner rim. We're going to go ahead and create some quick support edges because I want to smooth this thing just like that to get it to a little higher resolution. The previous resolution, there was no way I could possibly use that anyways, and so we had to get this thing a little more round. It wasn't rounded enough. So the current resolution should work fine because it'll be smoothed again at render time, and then there shouldn't be any kind of faceting. Now we're just taking this simple little cube here, we're going to scale down some of these vertices, pull these guys in, and we're going to start to create the center area of this piece. Let's extrude that guy. We're going to scale him out. And we'll bring him back. Scale him, and these are going to be the ribs or the vent or whatever this thing actually is. Really, this thing doesn't make a whole lot of sense, or it doesn't attribute anything specifically that is supposed to happen mechanically. It's just supposed to kind of hint at something so that when the audience takes a quick look at it, it feels like it should be there inside the helicopter. So it's some kind of vent or intake. So we'll go ahead and create these ridges that will be part of that vent. So we're going to use the duplicate special options here, and we're going to figure out the right options. We want to get the right translate value in there to make sure we got the right distance. It looks like -2.5 will do it, so we'll just hit apply, and then we'll hit the G button several times so that it replicates the previous performed action. So we quickly get the little vent action that we need. Now it looks like part of the arm or part of the vent on the edges there is sticking out, so we're going to have to pull those in. I'm going to move the... You know what? I think it's actually easier if we just grab the vertices on these things and just pull them back like that. There we go. That should do it. In fact, maybe I'll just delete those guys and scale him in. We'll duplicate what we just did and scale it in the opposite direction so it's mirrored over. And I'm going to grab these edges and pull these out. Like I said, I'm definitely doing some experimentation here just to try and get the right look. Let's add an edge right here, and we're going to yank that guy down so it kind of creates a crack almost, or a place where the two pieces might have been brought together. And of course, we've got to create some more support edges so that when it gets rendered, it'll maintain that shape right there. Let's select these vertices and see what we can do with these to help make it look a little more interesting. Scale them out just slightly. And we'll see how this is turning out. Let's grab these guys in here, and we'll scale these out slightly as well. Again, just doing some experimentation, trying to take a glance at his artwork and just figure out how it's actually going to work inside the space of the helicopter. Now, instead of pulling those vertices, I think I'm just going to extrude a little bit. I didn't want to change the angle of that downward slope there, which would have caused me to change the angle of those vent pieces as well. But having done that, we definitely need to add some more resolution here. Do a quick smooth test, and it looked not bad, but I think I always like to add a few extra edges along here just so that the smoothing operation looks a little cleaner afterwards. So it's looking a lot better to me. doesn't quite look right yet. I need to fix these vent areas, or this vent area, just a little bit. I think one thing that will help it is if I cause the vent pieces to kind of follow the curve of the inside of this circular object. So we're going to work on that right now. Grab those guys and pull them back and up just a tiny bit. Again, I like to use, in a case like this, I make sure I have my 4 views going. I'm looking at it from the side view and pulling these things in, but I'm also taking a look at it in the perspective view where you can kind of see a lot easier what it's going to look like. But in the side view, in the orthographic view, it's easier to grab the vertices you actually want to move them in the right direction, if that makes sense. So that's pretty good. So let's go ahead and duplicate that over, and now we have a mirrored version of those vents that we just fixed. Okay, I'm going to extrude this guy out. It's got to be a little bit bigger, I think, around the base of it, or the part that attaches to the ceiling. So I think we're getting warmer, but I'm still not totally satisfied with this. It's not quite the way I want it yet. But we'll keep experimenting and getting to look just the right way we want. And here I've grabbed one of the same bolts that I've been using, and we're going to keep using that again. I've moved its pivot point to the center of the circular object, and so now as I duplicate, I can just rotate it around, and it's going to rotate right along the edge for me, just how I need it to. Just a lot faster way to get those guys moved around. Okay, I'm going to grab one of these vent pieces here and repurpose it. Going to have to freeze the transforms there on that guy so it's actually straight up and down like it needs to be. And we'll scale them and reshape them a tiny bit. This thing is starting to look pretty good. And I'm going to add some more detail pieces here to the side. Again, it's all just technobabble. There's not any specific reason or technical reason why I'm adding these things. It's just to add a little more visual interest to the piece and just give the audience a little bit of a hint that something else is going on here. Just make it a little more complicated, so to speak. Okay, we've got that guy. We'll duplicate him and we'll flip him over 180 degrees so he'll be on the other side as well. Okay, that helps it a little bit. Gotta select all these faces. And actually, I think I'm going to do a little different. I'm going to do grow selected region is the way I'm going to do it. What I did there is, if you saw it, I selected a group of faces there at the top, and then went under the select menu options and hit grow selected region. So like I said, this is definitely part of the experimental phase. I've scaled that portion up quite a bit and made it into its own piece. Something that kind of surrounds the centerpiece now. So we'll see how this looks. We'll keep experimenting here to get it just right. Okay, we'll pull those guys out a little farther. Scale them into each other a tiny bit. And delete some of these edges that just aren't necessary anymore. Okay. We'll see how it looks when we turn some of the rest of the objects from the interior back on. I think it needs to be scaled back up a little bit so that it's not too flat on the ceiling. Okay, I think that's starting to work. So let's work on the arm. I don't know what you want to call it, but this arm piece that kind of goes into the centerpiece. It's going to be similar to the support beams that are on the ceiling, but this is a little more mechanical in purpose, I think, besides just compared to the other one, which was more of a structural thing, I think. Okay, add some support edges along there. We'll get rid of the old one, and we got to scale this just right, get it in just the right place. Again, we're going off of the sketch that Mark gave us of the interior, which doesn't have to be and can't really be followed perfectly, because it's just a rough sketch. It doesn't follow what the actual volume is on the inside perfectly. So there's a lot of interpretation on our part that we'll have to do, but that's a good thing, like I said, because you get to use your own imagination in a lot of cases on how you need this thing to look. And hopefully the end result, the feel of what you've modeled, matches the feel of what he's sketched. Okay, we're going to pull these guys in so we have a nice nice change of direction there. There's kind of a bevel as it changes direction. Add some support beams, support edges right there. And a few more in here just so that it when it smooths, it smooths a little cleaner. We'll get rid of that guy, we don't need him anymore. And let's create a torus. Gotta make sure we get them the right thickness though. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut off half of this, and we're gonna use just half the torus from both the bottom and from the side. Flip it around here. That's the half that we don't need. Okay. Actually, let's extrude these edges real quick. Pull it out, and I want to flatten this a little bit. I don't want the curvature to be perfectly round, so we'll make that a little flatter. Pull those guys in just a little bit, and what this is going to be is that that kind of ridge that goes along the arm. I don't know if that makes much sense, but I think we'll see in just a minute. You'll see in just a minute what I'm talking about. Okay, we're going to take this cube and kind of follow the outline of this horseshoe piece here. Change it back to world. We had it set to object, so when I had two objects selected and tried to move them in the direction I want them to go, they went in opposite directions. So that, in that case, you've got to change the move tool back to world space. Let's get these guys right at 0 here. And this cube piece definitely needs more detail to it. Grab those guys, we'll yank that up a little bit. Okay, got that rounded off nicely. Yeah, that should work. Now I definitely don't need those faces, so we'll just go ahead and delete those to save as much space as possible. We'll pull that guy back, and then it'll give us our nice beveled edge look right there. Except we definitely need to add some more support edges along there. And I want to increase the curvature a tiny bit to match the inner piece that we've got going on. Looking pretty good. Let's change our custom polygon display options to make sure we got it so we can easily see which edges are hard and which edges are soft. And like I mentioned before, the edges, after you hit those options, the edges that are soft they've got that perforated look, and the edges that are hard, of course, keep the solid look for each edge. Add some support edges right there so we maintain our shape at render time. And add a few more edges so that it smooths just a little bit cleaner. I'm going to add a little more detail here by adding 2 edges here, and I'm going to, actually 3 edges. We're going to grab the middle one and just kind of yank it in by changing our move tool to the normal setting. So it'll get pushed in along the normal all around the entire thing, which is more accurate than trying to scale those vertices, because they won't scale equally all around. But if you push them in by the normal, they're going to scale, or they're going to be pushed in at the same distance all the way around. Same thing here. I'm going to add a little more visual interest by making a little detail as it comes into this piece. And it's all experimentation, like I've said, just seeing how it looks, trying to make it to look cool. And what I've got here is I've fast forwarded just a tiny bit, and I've got kind of some detail there. I got a little indentation that I've added, and I'm going to duplicate that now. And I duplicated it and extracted those specific pieces, and I moved it down to another part of the ridge. I'll add edges around it to hit or delete those faces on the inside, combine the whole thing, and then we'll merge those vertices so that it becomes one thing. So just, that way I don't have to create that same look all over again. I can just copy those faces by extracting them, moving it down, and then just kind of inserting it where I feel like it needs to be inserted. So we'll just go around here real quickly, and we'll merge the vertices at 2.5. And as you can see, since I've done custom polygon display options, you can very quickly, very easily see what needs to be merged and what doesn't. So as it goes from that really thick border edge to the normal looking thin border edge, it's being merged together. So we need to add a little more detail right here. I want this to follow the contour of the big circular piece. So we'll grab those and pull those forward. And what I'd like to do is make it kind of indent right here, right before it inserts into the main circular piece. So we got to get some more stuff here ready to be pushed in here. Okay, looking good so far. We kind of there we go. Let's grab those pieces right there, and we're just going to shove it up, except we don't need that, so we'll deselect that. Gotta make sure we have the right vertices selected, of course. Grab those guys, we'll pull them forward just a tiny bit there. So there's kind of a slope right there as it goes into that main circular piece. Add a few more support edges. And yeah, I like that. I think that's gonna work for us. Now these guys, I think they work as well, but we just need to pull them down all the way to the end. Just like that. Okay, so we'll fast forward again here just a little bit, and after I've duplicated those arms around a few times, I think our ceiling piece is looking pretty strong. Okay, so we're continuing to model on the interior of the chopper. Now we're going to grab one of these small pieces and we're going to flesh this out. Something you need to know though is that there's so many parts to this interior and so many parts to the chopper in general that due to limitations and just the length of the DVD and the length of your patience probably, I can't show you every single thing that I've modeled, but hopefully you get an idea of my type of workflow and learn some of the techniques that I use. So in this case, instead of showing you all the little pieces that I've modeled inside the interior, I'm just going to pick out a couple of them, and we're going to see how I do it. So I've taken that cube that was in the proxy model, just a simple cube, and we're just going to kind of add some details to it. It's an insignificant item. It's up in the corner where hardly anybody will see it. No character is going to interact with it, but it's just one of those things that adds a little bit more detail and realism to the inside of the chopper. So we're just going to add some visual interest here by making an indent here in the middle of the piece. And you could assume it's some kind of computer device, maybe some kind of telecommunications device, who knows. Just as long as it looks like it serves some kind of purpose and looks like it fits into the environment of the interior chopper. So already after beveling the edges and adding some more support edges around here, it's already starting to take shape. And I've said this before, but really I feel like the stuff that I'm modeling in here is, are the type of things that any modeler could do. There's not any single piece that's super difficult. A lot of simple shapes that can be mimicked. If you just have enough patience and enough time, then you really could model something like this. Okay, add some support edges along there. We'll add one there, and then we'll pull these guys over to add our beveled edge. Just like that. Okay, so as you can see, when I pull back there, you can see some of the other pieces that I've put together. And I can't show it all, so we're just going to show a few other pieces. But here's a little piece that I'm swiping from another area, and we're going to repurpose it. That's again, that's something that you do a lot when you're modeling. If you've got something already put together, you might as well grab it, duplicate it, just scale it, change it up slightly. It saves you a ton of time instead of having to reinvent the wheel every single time. Okay, so let's grab that seat piece right there. I think I could use that over again. We'll rotate them 90 degrees, scale them to the right size. And it's just going to end up being some kind of little panel on this little box, electrical box, or whatever you want to call it, in the corner. But we got to make it look right, like it fits. We'll grab a bolt from that little light that I modeled. Rotate that 90 degrees, scale it down, and duplicate that a few times around the corners there so it looks like the panel's been bolted in. Okay, so it's coming along, but it needs a little bit more, I think. We'll duplicate the bolts and shrink them down a little bit. Have one on each end. We'll go ahead and assign a green color to this, and just like that, 5 or 10 minutes of modeling, you've got something that that's starting to look like it fits in the scene. Nothing too complicated, but it works. So on to another object here, small object. This I guess you could say is some kind of radio device. And again, it's based off of the design that Mark put forth. It's just, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it needs to get the feel for what he was sketching. So let's delete those faces because we don't need those. They're going to be poked into the ceiling and the wall of the helicopter interior. And start to get this thing shaped out here. Now these kind of pieces, this technobabble that you see throughout the walls and interior of the helicopter, it's not stuff that matters too much. It just needs to be modeled really quickly so that as the audience is watching the clip, they see, all these technical pieces in the background, and they get a feel for the environment. But there's nothing that involves the story. The characters don't interact with it. It just needs to kind of set the mood and create the look and feel. So make it simple, just do it fast, and that way you can create more pieces and have more visual interest. Okay, we're going to pull those guys down. And this is going to be some kind of little knob. We need to get that straightened up and freeze the transforms there so it's straight up and down like it should be. And we're going to work on this little knob for a little bit. Delete the center area there, and I'm going to add edges around each of these main edges that go around the go around this knob. And after I do that, I think what I want to do is select each of the center edges, and I'm going to scale them out. So we'll convert to vertices, and we'll just scale out. And it's going to be kind of a, something that as you turn the knob, it allows you to grip onto it. But for these to maintain their shape, of course, you have to go in and add support edges. And so I'm not going to bore you with those details. I'll fast forward a little bit and show you how I've already added those on each of those ridges. Okay, we'll merge those vertices into the center point there. And let's create another cylinder that's going to be kind of the base for this knob, or the front piece, I mean. Grab that guy, pull him back. That'll give us our beveled edge. Add some support edges there. And I don't like how it those ridges went all the way to the center, so I went ahead and scaled on the front there so that it was actually flat. I'm going to grab the outer vertice at the very back of this thing and scale those guys out just like that. And I think we just about got our knob. Let's duplicate that guy, scale him up, push him to the back, and this will be the base to our knob now. We'll push it in a little bit here, that way the knob has something to sink into. Kind of helps hide the illusion if you allow something mechanical like this to sink into something else. Okay, seems to subdivide okay. Let's make the guy a little bigger though. We'll enlarge it a tiny bit, and we'll group everything together, rotate it, and we'll stick it right here onto our makeshift radio or telecommunications device. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Of course, we got to add more detail to the rest of it. The knob looks good, is what I mean. The rest of it needs more attention. So I'm going to go in here and grab some more pieces that I've already built, duplicate them, center the pivot, bring them up to my radio, and we're going to use some of these parts, I think. What else can we reuse? I always gotta look and see what you can reuse. It's going to make your life so much easier that way. So we'll duplicate that stuff and we'll snap it over there. So I've got these pieces that they've already been built that I can repurpose. Yank these vertices out there so it matches, so it fills the whole space across the radio. And we're going to add some more buttons here. Again, they don't have to have any kind of actual use. It just needs to kind of create the illusion that they actually fit into this environment and work for something. Who knows what they actually do, but as long as the audience believes they do something, that's all that matters. Okay, let's delete those faces on the end because again, nothing that we need. Because we're going to poke them in there to the radio, so we'll never see them. So you might as well get rid of those extra faces. We're going to duplicate this guy, scale him, duplicate again. I kind of want to turn this into the, you know, if it's some kind of radio, I guess, you know, this is where the speaker part of it is. So we'll have these ridges that'll kind of mimic that. have the same thing kind of go in the opposite direction there, so we'll just duplicate one, rotate it 90 degrees, and then grab the vertices and move them into the right spot. So instead of duplicating one at a time there, I'll just grab a section of 4 and start duplicating just to go a little bit faster. And you'll notice here I'm doing all this straight up and down right now, even though the radio itself is, you know, angled, but it's just easier to do this kind of thing straight up and down, group it all together, and then rotate it according to what angle it needs to be in. Or at least that's the way I like to work. Okay, group it, and there we go. We're going to rotate it to the angle it needs to be in. Push it back. And that's going to add some nice detail there. I think we still need to add more detail, so we're just going to go ahead and duplicate the knobs and some of these buttons. Okay, starting to make a little bit more sense here, I think. Again, it's nothing complicated. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, we still need to up-res the shell of this thing and get that the right shape too. We'll get the vertices moved here so that we have a nice beveled edge on the inner rim. And we'll select all those, go to the profile view and pull them up. Always adding more resolution. Always got to make sure you find out what parts are looking a little sparse, and trying to anticipate, you know, where it's going to need some extra support to maintain the shape you want it to have. Okay, this is starting to come together. And add some visual interest. We'll add a little, you know, indentation here to make it look like there's almost, you know, something attached, like the whole front face is attached to it. Okay, so those are examples of two small pieces that I've done. I did gobs and gobs of stuff inside this interior, but hopefully seeing those two pieces modeled, you kind of have an idea of how some of the rest of the stuff came together. So now what I want to look at is, you know, some of the details to the floor. So what I've done, I've duplicated the floor piece that I've created, and we're going to use this duplicated floor piece as a template to create you know, some more detail on the bottom of the floor. And we only need half of it right now, because like always we can create half and then mirror it over, save us a lot of time and a lot of work. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to use the Create Polygon tool. Okay, where you can actually just lay down points. I'm looking at it from the top view, okay? And I'm laying down points following the shape of the floor, okay? Going back over here. And this is just going to be kind of like a, I don't know what you call it, some kind of ridge or panel that's attached to the floor, right? And that's why I created this, or duplicated the floor. That way I can use the templates because I know exactly where this stuff needs to be laid down. So we've used the Create Polygon tool to get the shape of this thing, but now we need to go in and grab the vertices and get it to look just right. So it creates lots of little editing here to do, but it goes pretty fast. Again, a lot of this isn't very, scientific or exact in my measurements here. A lot of it's just eyeballed, just roughed out really quickly just to get the shape in there. And I don't think a lot of this stuff has to be perfect in its angles or whether or not it's perfectly symmetrical here or there, that kind of thing. I think it's okay if it's slightly off. I think it makes it look more realistic. So. If it's too perfect, I think you're going to find it's going to start looking too CG, right? But if you eyeball it in this case, I think that it still looks mechanical, but it's going to give you enough little tiny mistakes that'll throw throw you off. Helps it make it look not so CG. Okay, so that's what our little ridge is starting to look like, and what we need to do now, we're going to fix it just a tiny bit more. Now we need to actually connect or create an edge across here because it's one giant polygon, right, with multiple edges, okay? And we got to add edges throughout it so that it actually turns into multiple faces that are all quads. Okay, sink it down into the ground a tiny bit more. It's going to be something that adds more detail to the floor, but it's got to be pretty tight down in there so it doesn't affect the character, how he's walking around. And now that I look at this, I think I should have carried this guy around a little bit farther. So let's grab my template. We'll extrude that edge, and that'll be our new template. We need to carry the ridge back a little bit. So let's add some edges here. We'll yank that guy down. And pull these guys down just like that. I'm going to have to create another edge up the top here to keep the same look around each corner. So if I can get it to work right though. Okay, having a little problem here. That's how it goes some days, right? There we go. Scaled into each other. And looks like I had an extra vertex in there somewhere, which is one of the reasons why I was having problems. Okay, we'll push that guy into place, and we'll get this area shaped incorrectly. I just kind of like the look of this. Mark hinted at it in his sketch also, but it kind of serves as like a border almost for this floor. And kind of gives you a hint maybe of how this thing was put together, right? So we'll scale these guys together like that, and that'll help it fit together. Okay, so we've got that, but we definitely don't need the faces on the bottom of this thing because the whole thing's being shoved down into the floor. So we'll just use the paint select tool, and we'll delete all these faces that we don't need, just like that. Okay. So I'm going to duplicate this and leave myself one section here that I'm going to work with, because I think something that looks cool is if we actually have you know, you can see the bolts that go into this rim, this ridge, and I think it's cool, especially if you can see a hole that the bolts are sunk into. So I kind of want to replicate that look, and that's what we're going to work on here. But we need to be able to create it so it goes all the way around the ridge. So I've got a section. We're going to extrude the face, but we're just going to keep it the same plane, but just kind of scale it in, right? And this is going to be the basis for which the bolt gets sunk into. We'll pull that guy out a little bit. And extrude that face down. That's where, like I said, the bolt's going to be sunk into. Yeah, I think that's about the right size. That should work. That should work okay. So I want to add some more edges here. That way I can round out this area where the thing will be sunk into. So I've brought a bolt in now, so I can actually grab the edges and kind of match them to where the bolt will be. And add a little more detail, of course, because the bolt itself has more details. We want to match the cylindrical shape of the silhouette of the bolt. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Actually, I don't need that edge right at all. We'll just follow the exact same vertex count that the bolt has. Okay, we'll get that thing set up. And I like to leave a little bit of space there between the edge of the bolt and the edge of the sunken in part where the bolt is at. That way it'll catch some light and you know, add some more visual interest there. Okay, so I think it's working out. I mean, I think it's better if we shrink the bolt down a tiny bit, though. We'll see how that looks. Which means we need to shrink that guy a little bit. Whoops, didn't quite grab everything we need to. There we go. Okay, I think we're just about there with this little piece. Add some support edges there. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate, group them, the bolt and the section together, duplicate it several times, and I'm going to grab several of these and actually, you know, take the vertices and move them together here. Merge them together into one piece. And then I can take that whole chunk right there, that whole section, and start laying that down on top of the ridge that we created earlier. So in a way, the ridge that we created earlier is almost the template. So this is what it looks like. We fast forward again, but that's what it looks like after I've done that several times. I won't bore you with all the nitty-gritty details, and I've also added down some simple little strips here to kind of add a little more detail, and I think our floor is looking pretty good. Well, now I'm pretty much done with the first pass of the interior. So taking a look at another look at Mark's artwork here, you can see kind of how it looked, and you know, like I said before, there's no way based off the rough sketch to match his artwork perfectly. But one thing Mark and I agreed on was that, you know, the goal was to try and get the look and feel of his artwork. And I think I pretty much achieved that by looking at the model. What I did though is I made some screen grabs and sent them to Mark, and I think he was really pleased overall with what he saw. But there were a few changes he wanted to make, especially here in this back area. This is a paint over that he did. Instead of the large, kind of safe-like thing he put in the back, he wanted to add something a little more cylindrical, kind of a tunnel maybe, perhaps that would lead in the back. So that's the first change that we had to make, and that's okay. One thing you have to be prepared for when you're doing models for productions and you're working with art directors or production designers or regular directors as well, you've got to be able and be willing to make changes. Because once they see things in 3D or once they see things placed next to something else, they're going to find things they want to change to make it look better, and that's just part of the process. So you got to be willing to throw some things out maybe that you worked on and start over again. So this is a pretty minor thing though. I'm just going to throw out that piece I had in the back, and we're going to work on what Mark suggested, what he painted in there. And what he did there was actually really, really helpful. Instead of just a description, a verbal description of what he wanted, he actually did a paint over on top of the screen grab that I sent him. So I know, exactly what he wants here, and we're gonna get this thing put together. One of his criticisms of looking at the interior of the chopper was that he saw too many, squarish type pieces. He wanted to see a little bit more, variation in terms of having some of the pieces square like I had them, but also having pieces in there that have some more rounded edges to them. So it made sense to add this little tunnel piece there in the back that kind of alludes to, maybe it goes back to that rear gun that we're going to create. We're not really sure what it does, but it just kind of sells the environment to the audience, right? So we're going to take these guys, extrude those faces, pull them out. And if you remember, if you looked at the paint over that Mark did, he had this tunnel in the back at an angle, right? But for me, it's always easier to model this stuff straight up and down. And then at the end, when I'm done, either rotate it, or in this case, what we'll do later on is we'll probably just attach a lattice to the whole thing and kind of push back part of that lattice to get it to the right angle. It just makes it so much easier to model that way rather than trying to model it at the angle from the onset. So we're going to make these into two separate pieces, the top piece and the bottom piece. So we extracted the bottom, and now we're going to start to add a little more detail here. Use our paint selection tool, very, very handy tool. Paint selection tool comes in really handy because a lot of times when you want to grab a large number of faces, if you just try and drag select them, you're going to end up selecting vertices or faces or edges behind that you don't want to grab, that you grab unintentionally. So the paint select tool is great because you can just paint right on the object exactly where you need to grab those pieces, right? Or those vertices or whatever you're grabbing. So it can be really handy. So we're going to indent that guy a little bit and work on the connection now between the two pieces. I'm going to scale this guy in slightly. Seems like, according to the artwork, it's a little bit skinnier at the bottom here. And I think my angle is a little too extreme, so we're going to pull back on that. And I don't want that back edge to be rounded like the front edge, so we'll fix that. Okay. Just lots of little tweaking here and there to get it to look the way you want. And we'll rotate it up like, or we'll pull that up like that, I mean. So really, after we do these fixes, Mark seemed to be pretty happy with what I've put together so far. He liked my interpretation of his artwork, and these were his only major critiques. So I really, after these few critiques, we're gonna be done with the interior. Now, of course, there's probably more things that he'd like to do, but there's always the time factor when it comes to production models. You've got to get stuff done according to a time frame. I mean, if it was everyone's wish, you could work on it for a long time and get it to look perfect and have everything in it that you want, but because of time constraints and money constraints, a lot of times you just have to get it to be good enough. And you have to ask yourself, is it pertinent to the story? Is it pertinent to the shot? You know, to have, you know, to spend an extra week or whatever making this thing 2%, you know, better, or is it something that no one's going to notice anyways, and it looks good and fits just fine. So anyways, we can't always do everything we want, but we're definitely getting probably 90-95% there in the time that's allowed to us. Okay, so the inside of this top piece is going to have this little indent. And getting it to look just right is a little tricky. Okay, and here there's kind of a ridge that goes along right here, so we're going to grab these edges, convert that to selection to vertices, and just scale in just like that. Okay, always a good way to flatten everything out. Grab all those vertices you want to flatten and just scale towards each other. Alright, this part's looking a little messed up, but we're going to redo how the geometry flows right here and have it kind of turn into a loop, so the edge doesn't go towards the center there, but it actually loops around. And same thing with this right here. We're going to create a loop just by creating that simple little edge there and then deleting these parts that we don't need anymore. So we still have quads, but now it's looping around. Let's scale those together just a tiny bit. And we're starting to get exactly what we want. Okay. Still looks a little messy to me up here. But we do need to add some more resolution to maintain that shape. want to pull those guys in, so I'll change it to normal. That's something else I do quite a bit, as I've noted as we're going along here. The move tool, if you double click on it, it'll bring up a number of options where, you know, I think by default it's set to world, and you also have local and you have normal. And world will move objects according to world space, so it's you know, perfectly, you know, positioned in X, Y, and Z. Local will move the object according to you know, how it's rotated in the space. You know, if an object is slightly rotated, like at 30 degrees or something, and you're moving something on local, then it's going to move it in that direction. It's not going to move it perfectly left and right or up and down. And then of course there's normal, which is used just for vertices and edges and faces, primarily for vertices though. So you can grab vertices and it moves those vertices along the normal. So it doesn't pay attention really to any kind of world space or local space. It just looks at the surface of the object and figures out which direction that surface is pointing, and the vertices that are attached or right there will move along in that same direction. So it's really handy sometimes, especially if you have a curved piece like this that, you know, you can't have it set to world, grab all those vertices and expect them to go in the direction you want them to all at once. But if you have it set to normal, you can grab those vertices and they're all going to indent the way they're supposed to. So I've got a nice little loop on the inside now, and I'm adding some more edges to be able to maintain that shape. And this piece is starting to look okay, so we'll make sure we save it. That's something else too, by the way. I don't know if you've seen me do it throughout the DVD or not, but save often. There's been a lot of times where I lose hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of work just because I've forgotten to save. So get in the habit of saving often and saving versions of your work, so that you can always go back to something if you made a number of mistakes. Or sometimes our director will you know, see your model and see it again later and say, you know what, I like it better in the old version, let's go back to that. So if you don't have that copy with you, then you're in a world of hurt. So always keep versions so you can always go back to it just in case you need to, or maybe you want to grab a certain piece out of it, you liked how it was modeled and you want to use it in your new version. So save often and save versions as often as you can. So I took out the curve. I think I actually took it out a little too much, so we're going to put some of it back in here just a little bit. And for me personally, I like how this looks, how the inner part of this piece is curved and the outer part has a sharp turn to it. I think that design-wise, I think that looks pretty cool. So this is a piece that we just grabbed, of course, and duplicated, and we're going to repurpose it. And I've added a lattice just to those vertices there at the bottom, and I'm grabbing you know, a lot of times it's easiest and best if you just turn your lattice into a 2x2. That way you can kind of create overall deformations to the entire piece. So 2x2, and we'll grab just two of the vertices at the top and just pull them over, and that way it angles it nicely there for you. So we'll grab these faces, we'll extrude, and we'll just keep extruding, rotate a tiny bit, extrude, rotate, and same thing all the way to the top. Just keep rotating as we go. And this is just trying to follow Mark's artwork as close as possible. This is kind of this inner rim that you can see from those designs. Now that piece right there, that's something that that I haven't shown how I modeled it. We had to kind of skip ahead just a tiny bit. But by seeing the rest of the stuff and how it's put together, I think you have an idea how I did that. But because of constraints of time, we just can't show every single little piece. But again, grab something I've already modeled, scale it, duplicate it, scale it, repurpose it however you can. Save yourself a bunch of time. I think I'm gonna extrude these faces here. Except extruding kind of a funny angle because it's sloped right there. Not a problem. We just grab those vertices and line them up. Extrude again. And we have something to sink this little piece into now. Something that'll catch the little light. Some shadows will get cast back there. Okay. So after duplicating that over, merging everything together, this is what our piece looks like. And like I said before, we modeled it straight up and down, but we're going to create a lattice just like that, 2 by 2, and we'll grab the top pieces and just gently pull them back and get it just to the right angle and right position. We're going to pull these guys back just a tiny bit, and we're going to put a lattice on them as well because they're actually, according to the artwork, in need of being tipped forward. Okay, and what I've done here is I've taken the inner hull, I've cut a piece using the split polygon tool that matches the contour of this new tunnel, and just leave the faces. So if we take a look at it now, after adding a few more pieces and working on the inner tunnel part, I think it looks pretty good. I think it matches Mark's artwork. Now the other thing he wanted to change was the support beams. Right, these are one of the first things that we worked on, but he didn't like the square look to it. He wanted to add something like that you saw in the sketch. He sent that to me by email, something he put together really quick, and I totally agree. I think that design he sent me looks fantastic. So we're gonna replicate that now the best we can. And as you can see, I've got the old beams there in the background, and this is the new one that I'm working on here. That's going to match Mark's artwork. Now in his artwork, he had kind of a base that this rounded portion sinks into. In the base, I just, again, I repurposed part of the old beam, support beam, into that piece right there. Just kind of used the lattice and just reshaped it a tiny bit, and made it pretty easy. So we're going to use that as our base, and now we're going to create this nice curved arch support beam. Okay. Gotta add just enough detail here to get the nice curved arch look. We'll add a little bit more detail here so that it curves just the way we want it. Okay, moving forward slightly, we'll grab those bottom vertices and yank them, scale them in directly to each other. So that will help create the sharp look to the arch. Okay, starting to look good. Although still is very thick at this point. I'm going to create a lattice 2 by 2 and use it to scale the back out and use it to scale the inner part in. We got to move our base out a little bit too so that the whole arch actually fits in. So there's some faces we don't need, the back part and the top part. Not necessary at all, so I'll just get rid of them. We're going to scale the bottom ridge in a little bit. It's looking a little too fat. So and add some support edges there. Pull it down slightly. And we've got one here in the center that we've added that we've pulled up. Kind of looks like that's what he has going on in his artwork, and I think that's a good decision. It's another little piece here that can add visual interest by catching some light and casting some shadows. And making it look more detailed than it probably is. Okay, so what I've done here is I've duplicated that piece, okay, deleted the outer edges, and I'm going to scale that out. Because you can see in his artwork he almost has 2 layers. One layer kind of stops short of the base, and the other layer, of course, is the main one that goes all the way across into the base. So the one that stops short is the one that I'm working on right now. We're going to pull it all out slightly. It's supposed to fit snugly on top of the main one. What I need to do now that it's pulled out slightly, I need to use the append to polygon tool here to add, to fill in this hole, and we'll use our split polygon tool to add the geometry where it needs to be added. So we'll add that in. Of course the vertices need to be merged, so we'll go in here tightly, turn to wireframe view, snap them to where it goes, and merge them all together. So let's do our custom polygon tools to make sure we got them merged just right. Okay, they are merged, so that now should fit snugly, and there's no gap there left for light to leak through. We're going to try using the bevel tool on this, I think. See what kind of results we can get. Let's change it to 0.4. Not bad, but let's try 0.55. We'll keep going up a little bit. That's a little bit better. Okay, so we show last hidden, and we can see how we've got this piece that kind of fits snugly around the main one, right? Pull it down slightly. And we'll add some detail along here. I think what's a good idea too is we'll add these edges and then yank in that edge slightly. It's little things like that that help add detail. So here we are finished. I've duplicated the arches as many times as I need, and I think it's looking good. Add some nice variety as opposed to all square things. It's added some nice roundness to the top. So the third major thing that he wanted to change was to add a little more detail to the doorway. So this is what it looked like before, and this is the paint over that he sent back to me. So you can see there's a few areas here that we need to focus on. Mostly right there around the window and around the handle area to the left, bottom left of the window, and then there's a piece to the left of the window as well. So here's my version now after I've follow his artwork. I'm not going to show you all the details because I'll probably bore you to death again, but this is what it looks like after I've worked on it, tried to match his artwork. He wanted to change the border around this window, and I thought that was great. This is kind of a funky shape right here. It kind of mixes things up a little bit. Followed that, and then of course the handle that he wanted to fix up also. So those are the changes I made to the interior. The door, the arch support beams, and of course the back tunnel area that's goes back to the rear gun or something. And I think those are excellent decisions he's made to really help punch up this scene quite a bit, and it's looking pretty tight. Okay, now that the interior is done, we're going to go ahead and get started on the exterior. As you can see on the right hand side there, and the bottom right hand side, I've divided and organized everything into layers. I love using layers because they can really help you keep your scene organized and uncluttered, and as you're working through different components of a large model like this helicopter, you can quickly turn things on and off to accommodate what you're working on. Now the way I divided it, I got propellers, I've got the doors, I've got exterior, interior, and the gun turrets. And the way I decided to divide it was based off of what pieces need to be animated. So the propellers are definitely going to be animated, which we're working on right now. The doors will be animated, and the gun turrets, of course, will be animated. So it just made sense to group those things together and divide it that way. And then of course the exterior and the interior, they won't be animatable pieces, but they're just large chunks, and it was just easy to divide them out that way. So Mark right now is working on a paint over, and what I did was I sent him another screen grab, this time from the outside of the helicopter, and he's going to take that screen grab and do another paint over in Photoshop, and kind of detail out some of the surfaces on the shell of the helicopter. But while we're waiting for that paint over, I'm going to go ahead and start working on a couple of other components for the helicopter. And like I said, in this case, we're going to start working on the propellers here. And we're also going to work on the little side gun turret a little bit later in this chapter. But to start out here, what I decided to do is, what I usually do is I grab the existing model that I have there of that's in proxy form. Even though it's very simple, it just seems easier to me to grab what I already have instead of starting from scratch, because I already have the basic proportion figured out, the basic size, and so just grab that model and we'll start rezzing it up. Now something to think about in this case when we're modeling the propellers is that for the animation, the propellers are always going to be moving, so we don't need super detailed propellers. If you look at propellers on a real helicopter in real life, you'll see just tons and tons of detail and tons of mechanical components throughout it. But we're not going to need that because the propeller is going to be moving. There's going to be motion blur, and I don't think the viewer's eyes will be focused in that area necessarily. So we can keep it somewhat simple, but just believable enough for it to get by. And that's always a question you should ask yourself as you begin modeling a certain section of a large vehicle like this, or any other model, is how is this thing going to be seen in the animation? How is this going to be used? Is it going to be animated? Is it going to be focused on, or is it going to be in the background? And you've got to figure out early on which parts are going to be focused or seen by the camera, because that will inform you which parts need to have the most detailed work done to it. Always think about that kind of stuff. It's going to help you a lot, save you lots of time. The temptation, of course, for modelers is to go in and model every single little thing they can. And that's great if it's your portfolio piece and you really want to show off your skills and make the entire piece spectacular. But for a production model, when there's time constraints and there's money constraints and maybe even rendering constraints if your model gets too big, for example. You've got to think about which parts, what's really needed, which parts need to be focused on. Okay, we're going to fast forward just a little bit here, and this is the kind of the base of the propeller blade that we've created. I'm going to use my paint selection tool here to grab the faces I want, extrude, and delete those faces. Actually, you know what? I think I'll leave those on there. And we'll add an edge right there. Extrude it, and that'll give us our nice little beveled edge. Add some support edges. We're going to try using the bevel tool, see if we can get something to look good here. It's not too bad, actually. Sometimes, like I said, you can get good results with a bevel tool. You just have to, experiment with it, kind of get used to, what kind of results it gives you. Sometimes it won't work, but sometimes you can get it to work just fine. Okay, add another support edge. And we're going to keep experimenting here. Like the interior, you've got to reuse stuff quite a bit. Like if something's already been modeled, and in this case, when some of these components in the propeller blade are so similar, you might as well grab some of these pieces you've already modeled and just kind of scale them and reshape them a tiny bit. Just repurpose them. Save yourself a ton of time. Move him down just a tiny bit. And really, I'm looking at Mark's artwork as a guide, and I'm looking at some of the photo reference he gave me, but I'm really just kind of figuring this out as I go here. Got to use a little bit of your own imagination, which is a good thing as a modeler. So let's go and add some support edges here. I like these deep ridges in here. Kind of indicate something that's been screwed on or fastened on. We'll do a little scaling to widen that spot out. And in this case, I'm going to use a lattice. And I'm going to get it set to just the right dimensions that I need here. And I want to reshape the bottom of this to kind of follow the indication in Mark's artwork. It's not a perfectly round portion of the propeller blade. Okay, let's use the create cylinder tool there. We're going to keep extending out our propeller blade. Okay, what I'm going to do is add a nice edge right here, add an edge there, and I'm going to grab this edge and the edge in front there and kind of scale them together, which will give me my beveled edge in this case. And add some support edges. Okay, and do a quick smooth on it to get this object a little bit rounder. It was a little too faceted before, I think. And get it scaled just the right way. And like I said, reuse, 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 repurpose. So we'll grab that guy and duplicate it. And we don't need that back portion because it's poked in there, so let's might as well just delete it out. Save some polys. Now we need to add some kind of little, I don't know what this is, but just based off of his artwork, some kind of little, you know, some kind of screw that's going through the center of this thing. Or support bar or something. Okay, so we just take a simple cube and do that. And I'm going to use a bevel tool to, whoops, let's get this just right. There we go. That'll work just fine. So you can see how the bevel tool, when it's used, you know, for something simple like a cube, you can just really quickly get those beveled edges that you need without much work at all. Okay, we'll duplicate that guy. And I'm going to turn this into a little screw that's going to, you know, a number of little screws that are going to go around the edge of this cylinder. And we probably don't need it as dense as it is, since it's going to be so small, and since it'll be, you know, subdivided at render time. So we can take out a whole layer of edges there, just delete every other edge to get it down. And we'll take this guy, place him near the edge. And in this case, I'm just going to grab them by hand here and kind of push them around. I think that works for me. Actually, I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create kind of a lip that the screws will be down inside. So we'll extrude that guy out. And we'll scale that in just slightly to give it a little bit of an angle. Okay, and we'll add a little more detail here, just add a quick little ridge. This is kind of a simple way of adding detail, of course. Just add an edge, scale it in, and then just create the necessary support edges around it. Need to reconfigure these guys just a tiny bit here. Okay. Let's show the rest of it. And our propeller blade base is starting to take shape. scale those guys up just slightly. Actually, we'll move them all up together. Now, I did talk a lot of, at the beginning of this chapter about, looking to see what your model is going to be used for to may help you decide, how dense the model should be, that kind of thing. And here, real quick, I'll use the lattice just to lean these guys forward. It's a lot quicker to do it that way. And so, having said that, I do think I'm probably going into more detail than need be, considering these propellers are going to be moving really fast. However, I'm going to be showing this model in several still images, do several renders, that kind of thing, for the cover of the DVD and for other random places. And so there is, in this case, I do need to add some more detail to it. But if it was a real production where we weren't going to see any stills ever, then you could go a lot lighter than this. So by using that lattice and leaning the front of that cylinder forward, it kind of allows me to create that ridge that's also leaning forward, and it kind of leads into the piece that's right in front of it that has that tilted angle to it. I think it's kind of cool to see the two ridges, one that's leaning forward and one that's straight up and down. Adds a little bit more visual interest to it. Alright, we gotta fix some more of these guys just a tiny bit. No big deal. And let's scale that guy out just a little bit. And as I said before, I'm kind of making this up as I go, using Mark's sketch as reference and using some of the photos he sent me as reference. But we're just trying to create the illusion here, like this doesn't have to work perfectly right, correctly. It doesn't have to, follow, exactly what a propeller blade would do in real life. It just needs to give the audience a hint, give them an idea of what's going on. So again, we're going to grab that piece that we already modeled, and we're going to duplicate it and rotate it around, and we're going to delete a few edges here, but we're definitely going to reuse what we've already had to save us a little time. So we can grab those vertices now and scale them out. We need to round out that edge just a tiny bit. Got a little messed up when I deleted those edges, but I think we're okay now. So we've got the propeller blade base, and then this piece will be the beginning of the actual propeller blade. So let's use a lattice because it's got to get a lot flatter. Lattices are just fantastic to use. You've got to get them in your tool set, get them in your shelf, so you can quickly access them, because you can use them to swiftly change the shape of the object without having to grab too many CVs at once. And we can get this propeller blade shaped pretty quickly here. And it's not quite, it's definitely not the shape that I need it to be at yet, so we'll keep working on this guy. Okay, I'm going to take that outer edge and we'll scale it in just like that. And then do an extrude on the edge and push that back in there. And the reason for doing that is it kind of gives a better hint, or at least fakes it better, how the blade would be kind of inserted into this base. You know, if it just went straight into it, then it doesn't quite make sense if you just interpenetrate the geometry so simply. So we'll kind of hide it a little bit here behind this ridge and give the indication that there's something more going on underneath. And I'm back over here now. I'm just going to add a little bit more detail. I'll scale those guys in. And of course we've got to add our support edges. Always adding more edges. Which is why that loop split tool is so handy in the newest versions of Maya. You can just so quickly add a number of edges and put them exactly where you want to put them. Okay, now we're all the way out at the end of our blade here. And we got to get this guy all shaped together. Now I've, as you can see there, I've snapped all those end vertices down into a single point. And what that's created is a number of three-sided polys, right? And that's okay. I know some people are, proponents of only using quads all the time, and I definitely fit into the camp of somebody who likes to keep their meshes really clean and neat, using quads whenever you can. But at the same time, using a few triangles here and there, especially at the end of a piece like that, isn't a big deal. And one of the reasons why it's not a big deal is because the object is going to be subdivided later. And when it's subdivided, it'll turn to quads then. As long as you're keeping your mesh really neat and clean and organized, then you don't have anything to worry about. What you definitely have to stay away from, though, are polys with more than 3 or 4 sides. 5, 6, 7-sided polys. You just can't have that kind of thing. Got to keep it quads for 99% of the time, and then just for a few occasions, maybe when you're ending a piece like I did, before, you can use some triangles. So we're going to add a little more detail to the base actually by kind of adding some little strips that go along here. There's not really, I don't really have a good explanation for all this stuff. I'm just trying to put down something that looks cool, looks somewhat realistic and somewhat believable as helicopter propellers. Okay, so we'll rotate him around. And we'll pull those vertices in, but we'll do it from the front view so that we don't distort them too much. Grab them and push them in the wrong way, I mean. Duplicate that guy. We think we need something else here in front. A little ring perhaps. You know, I've said this before earlier in the DVD, but again, I really feel like anybody could model this kind of thing. You know, maybe it looks a little complicated towards the end, but if you look at this whole piece and break it down into simple, smaller parts, the individual parts really aren't that complicated. They're pretty simple. So if you've got basic Maya skills and you've got time and patience and some good reference, then really anybody can build this sort of thing. Okay, I think this is starting to take shape here. And as you can see, when I turned on the rest of the propellers there, I've got, you know, the rest of the base and the underneath portion also built. And I didn't show myself building that portion, and I'll explain why a little bit later. But for now, we're just gonna, you know, check out the modeling of the actual propeller blades. And I think these guys are coming together nicely. So I'll need to add a little more detail here to the top portion. So we're going to create a sphere and rotate that guy around. We'll bring him out here a little bit so we can work on him a little easier. We'll hide all the unselected objects. And I'm going to create a lattice in this case, and I'm going to add a lot of divisions in the T section, which allows me to go up and down here. So I'll grab those sections and scale them together, and I'll scale the side ones together just like that. Bring them just a little bit there. So we kind of end up with a shape that looks like a sphere that's been cut in half twice. And there's some extra edges that we don't need, so we'll get rid of those. Same with the bottom. If I can get it selected, there we go. And got some hangers on here that needs to be deleted as well. Okay, here's a simple little piece then that we're going to use to place around the top of the helicopter propeller base. I do think it could have a little more detail to it. Let's move the insert down there, or the pivot, sorry. We'll scale that guy up. And I'm going to create a little indentation here, so I'm going to create like a little hole insert area. Again, just something to add some visual interest, something that will catch the light. So we'll scale them in there at an angle, so it has a slight angle on it. And final touches, we'll add some support edges there. Okay, I think that will work for us. And I'll turn on our custom polygon display options so I can see, and now I can see, which edges are hard and soft, and so I want to harden those edges around. Again, I'll go back to the lattice and I'll do a 2 by 2 by 2, grab those top 2 lattice points and yank it back there. So we'll put him there at the edge, rotate it slightly. Kind of eyeballing here, trying to get just the right scale. Okay, I think that's going to work. So I'll take this guy, I'm going to hit the insert button to change the pivot point and change it to the center, and that way I can very quickly hit duplicate and then just rotate him around, line him up with each propeller blade. Okay, I think our propellers are pretty much done. We're going to have to come back later, and I'll explain why later, but we'll have to come back and rework the base a little bit. But for now, our propellers look pretty good. So now that we've got the propellers taken care of, let's move on to the second component that we'll work with in this chapter, and that is the little side gun turret. So like I did with the propellers, I'm going to start out with the proxy model that I have here, and that's going to be my starting point. So the first thing I need to do is get this thing straightened out, of course, because it just makes it much more difficult to try and model something at an angle like that. You might as well model it straight up and down and then rotate it after you're done, right? So we'll take the existing things here and we'll do a smooth on it to get a little higher res, because of course before it's too low res. And we're going to pull these guys in. Going to extrude in an inward fashion. Just like that, and we're going to do it just to one side, of course, of this half sphere, and we'll mirror it over later, same way we always do to save ourselves some work. Use the paint selection tool, and we don't need that layer of faces, so we'll delete those. But we definitely need a beveled edge right there for this inset portion. There we go. And now we need to do the same thing for the other inset. Just kind of gently scale that portion in. And adding a lot of extra support edges to get it to get it to the right sharpness you want when it's subdivided. And in that case I deleted those edges because I wanted the beveled edge to kind of stand out some more in this portion, so it was just, instead of trying to scale them in just right, it was just easier to add an extra one and then just delete the two before it. Okay, we're going to add some more detail on the interior here. And we're going to fast forward just a tiny bit. Smooth out that main sphere that's going to be housing the actual gun. And we're going to work on the actual turret here. So first thing I'm going to do is separate the base of the barrel from the actual barrel itself. And we'll work on this barrel base a little bit. So I'll grab those verts and we'll snap them in together, and I'll extrude those and scale inward, and that'll give us, extrude again, that'll give us a nice little inset area like Mark has in his artwork. And we'll grab those edges that we just added and pull them out, and now we have a nice beveled edge on both sides. And we need to have a little more resolution around here to be able to match the shape that Mark's come up with. And we need to freeze those transforms definitely. That thing is kind of distorted there. There we go. And we'll scale those verts together. Okay, I think I'm going to start over by deleting those edges right there. It's not quite what I was wanting. It's kind of a pain sometimes when you have triangles like that and you've added an edge and you add another edge. Well, the first one you create doesn't always complete because it's going into a triangle. The loop tool works when it sees quads, but as soon as it sees a triangle, it'll stop its loop operation. So it stops and then effectively creates a quad, and so the next time you do it, it sends a loop through the area that you don't want it to because it sees a new quad there. So sometimes that could be kind of a pain, but not a big deal. Okay, I'm mostly going to work on just this one side here, like I always do, and then we'll mirror it over and attach it so that I only do the work once. Now in his artwork you can see that he's got some interesting shapes going on here in the base of the gun barrel. So that's what I'm trying to get, is trying to match or come up with a similar interesting shape for the contour of this thing. Okay, I think we're getting there. I think it's looking a lot better. Pull that guy down just a little bit so it's not so perfectly flat on the bottom. Yeah, that looks better. We'll delete that half. But before we duplicate it over, we got to add, do a little bit more work onto this side. And add some support edges, of course. Okay, so our barrel base is pretty much ready to go. And then we'll start working on our actual barrel now. And this thing is kind of unique because it's kind of a dual barrel. So it's not gonna, when we smooth it, it's not gonna behave, exactly the way you might predict, compared to if it was a single barrel type object. So we've definitely got to get enough support edges in there, but we want to keep the roundness, of course. So we'll do a little experimentation here and get this thing just right. I suppose the best way to do it might be just do one half of the barrel and then duplicate it over, but I guess I'm just going to go ahead with this and we should be fine. Got to tighten it up right here where the two barrels intersect each other. Use our paint selection tool to grab those faces on the interior. We're going to yank them back, and we'll just push them back far enough that they need to be, that the texture artist can make it pretty dark back there, so it feels like it's going back a long ways. Okay. I'm going to scale those guys up just a tiny bit and then pull them back, because when you scale them up it kind of pushes them in front of the very tip of that barrel, and that's not what we want. And we don't need all these edges, so we'll delete some extraneous edges that are still around. And honestly, I've got it the shape is a little wonky in a couple of places, so we got to get that taken care of. Okay, we'll hit a smooth on it and we'll take a look. And create a simple cube here. I think those barrels are going to work for us. And we'll use our cube here to kind of surround the barrel. There we go. This is going to be the first entry point for the barrel into the barrel base. Of course, it's got to fit inside the regular barrel base, though. So that's why I'm pushing and pulling these verts right around here. And let's create one right in the center there, so we have to scale it towards each other to make it nice and flat, nice and straight, so we can delete the other half. And it is looking good. We can get rid of that edge though. And we'll tweak the shape just a little bit more. Okay, so we've got our beveled edge now, and we'll create the support edges around that beveled edge. And we've got faces in the back there that we don't see, so let's just delete them. Hit a smooth. And we'll duplicate it over, scale it, combine them, and now we'll merge those verts together. And we have our custom polygon display options turned on, of course, so we can see that edge and where it still needs to be welded together and where it's been welded. So you can see it coming together there pretty quickly. And there we go. I think that's going to work for us just fine. So we'll zoom ahead just here again just a little bit. We're going to start off with another cube, and we need to create this little bottom portion, or I should say back portion, that the barrel of the gun goes into. And it kind of looks like the way the design indicates that this might be something that the barrel, this is where it kind of rotates, you know, up and down perhaps. So we'll create this cube, and we're going to add some more edges so that we can match the curvature of the sphere that's underneath. Okay. We'll extrude those faces in front, scale them in, extrude again, and we'll push them straight back, just like that. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's a quick way of doing it. Instead of trying to go around and get all the bevels in every single corner just right, I added just enough edges so that when I smoothed it, you know, it would maintain the shape and those bevels will be kind of created for me. And it's not too high res that, you know, it doesn't make sense. You know, it could still use another subdividing when at render time. So that should work for us for this little outer shell of this back base that the barrel falls into. But we got a little more work here, so I'm going to use a cube again. It seems like, you know, the cube is the biggest or the main basic shape that you start with almost all the time. And we're going to add this little kind of faceplate thing on top. Use our bevel tool there, and we'll get it beveled just like that. And we're going to grab those vertices and pull them forward, as opposed to scaling it. If you scale it, it actually kind of distorts the shape or the distance of the edges in the front and in the back, or according to whatever direction you're doing it in. So a lot of times in that case, to keep the shape or the distance between those edges the same, it's good to just grab those vertices and pull them forward. Or exactly what I'm doing right there, pull them to the side. Okay, we need to work on this inside sphere just a little bit. So we're going to grab this guy and delete all those extra faces. And this isn't, I'm not actually working on the inside sphere, sorry, I grabbed it to create this track, or I don't know what you want to call it, but this looks like the part where the gun would kind of rotate up and down. So we kind of have to create some ridges that are going to go along the sphere, and I grabbed the portion of the sphere just so I could very quickly match the curvature. Instead of having to redo it myself, I can just grab those existing faces and use them. But we do need to create some ridges along here that kind of poke out according to, you know, how it's indicated in his design. So we'll add some edges here, and it might look a little confusing here as I'm adding and deleting, but I'm just trying to create the right spacing so I can just go ahead and grab the faces and extrude. So we're almost there. Being a little nitpicky here, I want to get just the right spacing. So maybe you can start to see where I'm going here. Okay, so I've got the right spacing, for the most part, so I'll use my paint selection tool and grab those 4 areas there, and we're going to extrude them out just like that. Okay, and I'm going to select each of these edges, so I'll use my edge selection tool and just double click on the loop that I want to select, and let's do the bevel option, see what happens. Okay, good start, but not quite what I want, so we'll set it to 0.2, not there, so we'll try 0.5, not there, we'll try 0.65, and I think that will work for us. Now one thing to look out for, you can see right there, I just did it. When you use the bevel tool, sometimes on open-ended sides, it creates some extra little polys that are just kind of a nuisance. It's not going to destroy anything if you leave them in there, but it's just, it might distort the shape a tiny bit when you smooth it or subdivide it at render time, and it just kind of leaves some extra polys that don't need to be there. So just watch for that, and just delete them out when you don't need them anymore. Okay, we'll scale those guys together just a little bit. I didn't quite get my spacing perfect, just eyeballing it, of course. And let's use a lattice to kind of reshape this guy a little bit so it falls within that base. So we'll yank that back. Okay. And we got to add our support edges along here. We don't want to forget that. And I want to add some more detail on the side of the sphere to, indicate, another possibility for rotation, I think. So zooming ahead just a tiny bit, here's how the gun turret looks a little more finished. As you can see, I've added a little more detail, added some discs on the side to kind of indicate that rotation I was just talking about, and I think it's coming along nicely.
So yeah, so how have you been?
Oh, good. Doing good.
Very good. Well, I've got the paint over here to show you.
Look at that. Look at that thing. That's great.
So yeah, thanks again for getting that angle just right, because I think this should be the right way to describe the majority of the forms.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about last time, the bottom side and some of the tail fin hasn't been touched on yet.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming with all this, you might be able to just kind of roll that over.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This gives me a lot of detail, a lot of information, exactly how the surfaces should go.
Good. I tried to light it in a way that was good, but there are some things in here that, if you need any more further, sort of cross sections or section lines,
Okay.
I can see how that might not be easy to define. So, for instance, this would have a chamfer or facet running along this edge, below the window, straight down, and then kink back slightly. So there's going to be, again, like we were talking about with those automotive surfaces, where you're going to have these wonderful little creases and kinks.
Okay.
That even though it's a matte surface, I'm hoping that when the renders sweep across this, you're going to see a little bit of light kind of bouncing against the underside of the carriage, and seeing some of these fillets and some of the metallic shine hitting. And you can see now I've added a lot more of those details we talked about with these louvers and intakes, and
to integrate all that stuff more into the actual surface of the helicopter.
Yeah. And then getting some of the part lines to also now run with the
Uh-huh.
shape and the flow. So for instance, you know, here's this intake that's on top. I don't know if that would be for maybe the oxygen for the interior, separate from any jet intakes. This might be for the interior cabin, as an example. Who knows? You know, it's all kind of baloney that way. But I'm going to have this part line maybe running in the same direction with that. And I know that's a little bit further down the road, but...
Now, I do notice, see, do you have the old drawings?
Yeah, I brought the old one. So we can
I noticed there's a couple differences here, and I just want to make sure that, you know, you want me to do the right thing, so you don't stick to the old design.
Yeah.
But, right off the bat, I noticed there's a difference between you know, this base of the propellers here and the base and the ortho you sent me. So you want to lean more towards this?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
That's the latest version. You know, as I started getting into it, and I saw that your proxy model and your primitives, I liked some of the surfacing you had developed on the side. I kind of used that as a springboard, and so what I did is I just took that like armature, or that big bracket that you had, and then I detailed it and left kind of an air gap underneath it, similar to this, but now with like a new flavor. And I had these like slot forms, miscellaneous kind of shapes in there, just to indicate that there could be a lot of heat coming off of this.
And it kind of seems like you're just indicating like there's a lot of just random mech underneath.
A lot of random mech, a lot of technobabble.
Yeah.
And then I also did change the little bobble, like the sensor array that's on the top.
Okay.
So this is more of like, you know, this could be like a radar. This could be some sort of sensor element that is shielded from, you know, the other elements of the jet packs. So you have this jet thruster here, jets down here, but the sensor array is on kind of the back of it. And I just changed the form language on that a bit, made it a little more unusual. Yeah. And just feel free to embellish that and try to follow that form as close as you can.
Okay. And the other thing I noticed too is that it looks like this I don't know, the landing, or it's like a step or something, isn't it?
I killed that.
Quite a bit different.
I basically killed that because from that early version that I did in this orthographic, this was kind of confusing because if this is where you're stepping out of, I realized in the design that, you know, that's about a 4-foot separation.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't really step on that, and it's certainly not the landing gear as we spoke about. So what I thought would be interesting is to have this pop out, almost how some SUVs have these automatic side steps.
I was talking about.
So let's say if this guy's about to hit the handle on the door, he's popping, the door comes out. This might be a really great animatic or animation to have as part of the sequence, where this step comes out of this slot shape, and you have these you know, brackets that come out, pushes it out. And that also adds a graphic interest to it. So as this thing is going through its animation, it's not just a door popping. You have that as a secondary.
Cool. Another question I have really quick. Can I borrow your paper?
Yeah, sure.
What exactly is this part here? Is that supposed to be a hole that goes inside, or
yeah?
What is that?
Again, it's just suggesting that there's going to be some try to create some shadow space. So it's not just all forms. Just indicating that there could be in here either another vent element, or that there is maybe some fasteners that are in here, or something of the nature. I haven't.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if that was supposed to be just like a graphic element that's like some kind of
black sticker or something.
Sticker,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's definitely a pocket in there that goes in. And determine the depth.
Okay.
You know, I would say that's about 5 inches deep, and it just represents maybe some way to bring air in through another angle.
Yeah. And we can fake a lot of that too in surfacing. You know, you just bring in a little bit, and then the surfacing can make it dark as it goes in, so it looks deeper than it is. You know.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, and I'm sure with the texture guy, he can also black it out as well.
Right.
And then and I just added. You know, there's a lot of surfacing in here. This might be a bit much, but I'm hoping that we can get close to it, where there's a lot of these little rivet elements, like I mentioned before, out of some of the NASA books. You know, I've refined this sort of signal element that comes across the top of the cockpit.
Yeah.
So that's going to have like these little strobe light, bits on there. So when the chopper is approaching, the lights are on. Maybe when it comes closer to the base, those lights turn off, and this goes almost completely dark.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it looks great.
And then the gun right now, I've went into a little bit more detail with the gun. Went off of some of the shapes that you kind of went off of from this version. Added a secondary like rifling element across here.
Okay.
Define the missiles a bit more. Obviously, these are very basic missiles, but maybe the couplers that hold it could be kind of cool. You would do something really interesting where, you know, maybe it pushes them out before they launch. Because I'm not quite sure yet if the animatic is going to have missiles launching, but if it did, it'd be a great opportunity to have them, you know, stay close to the hull and then pop out and then launch off.
Right. Yeah, it looks great. This is a fantastic painting. It really gives me lots of detail, and I know exactly what to do here. And I love how you put the highlights here. I can see exactly how you want the surface to go. You know, it gives a great indication of that.
Good. Yeah,
So-
as I got into this, working off of your model, I started realizing from the earlier versions that to make this a really entertaining and interesting looking craft, having these nice creases and kinks in it might just might be that last little touch to the model
Yeah.
that makes it really an interesting model to look at, and also reinforce that military stealth
Yeah.
sort of diversionary surfacing, where radar bounces off, even if it's not necessarily doing that,
Yeah.
it speaks to that, it looks that
Right.
way.
Well, that's great. That's awesome. I can get started with this then, I think.
And one thing I was actually going to mention too is that this is the intake for that VTOL jet,
Yeah.
vertical takeoff element that right now it's a painting, so maybe what you can do is in the 3D aspect is make sure that this socket actually can pivot,
Okay.
because it's indicated, but from this particular 2D image, it's hard to tell without doing more investigation. I didn't have time to really
Yeah.
go into that. Maybe you can kind of look into that and make sure that this sort of mechanically works out. Even if it might not pivot too much, somebody could look at that and actually it's legit.
There is indication there that it pivots, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And that's about it. So any further questions you have, just feel free to let me know.
Okay, I'll let you know. I'll get started on this, and like I said, if I have questions, I'll come back to you. So.
Excellent. Yeah, you can take that one with you,
Okay.
and we'll talk
Yeah.
soon.
Great.
All right, man.
Thanks,
Hey,
Mark.
See you.
So we've just had another good meeting with the art director Mark Garner, in which he went over the paint over, which we see here. This paint over is fantastic. It really gives lots of detail and explains lots of the parts of the helicopter that might have been a little ambiguous before. The first thing I want to do in trying to implement some of the stuff that he put in that paint over is work on the large intake that you see there. So I'm going to start off with the proxy model, of course, and kind of use that as my template. The proxy model was really rough, so in this case I probably won't actually use the existing model there. I'll just start by creating a new cylinder and adding some detail to that. And as you also might notice, I actually detached it from the helicopter, and I'm going to work on it, pull it away and work on it separately as its own thing. Because if you saw in the picture in his paint over, the intake is actually kind of positioned, kind of nestled into the hull at an angle, and trying to model that in there would just be really difficult. So it's just easier to model stuff straight up and down, and so I'm going to detach it and work on it on its own straight up and down, and then when we're done, we'll move it back into place and use a lattice to kind of shape it and nestle it into that helicopter hull like we need it to be. So we're going to get started here. I just grabbed a simple cylinder, and I'm going to use my loop edge tool, my paint selection tool here now to select these faces that I need, and we're going to extrude. We're going to extrude several times actually to get some of these simple shapes built. This is actually the back part of the intake. So you can see I'm just going to keep extruding, and I'm going to get the rough shape in there before I add any kind of support edges. And if you look at this back part in the artwork, it's actually got a little bit of a curvature to it as it bends downward. So that's what we're adding there. And we need to match that curvature here, so we'll shrink these vertices down to match that. Okay, I think that's going to work. Go back to our paint selection tool, grab the faces we want, extrude those back. Paint selection tool is really handy to quickly grab just the right faces that you want to grab instead of accidentally grabbing faces behind it that you don't. So keep extruding here and get that rough shape built in. Once I'm happy with the rough shape, of course, we'll go back and add the support edges we need. Just like that, so we can get the right kind of beveled edges we want. Okay, now I'm going to add these teeth-like pieces that you see in the artwork. So we'll just create a simple cube, get this positioned, and we'll make sure we delete the faces we don't need that are poked into the geometry. Okay, it's about the right size we want. Let's angle that guy a little bit there. And we use our bevel tool to get some nice rounded edges. And just to add some more interest, we'll extrude inward there. That'll give the texture artist an opportunity to kind of paint something inside if they need to. And of course some support edges. And those are faces we don't need, so we'll delete those. And we'll straighten those guys out. Okay, just about there. Now I'm going to grab this guy, look at him in the front view there, change the pivot down to the center of this cylinder, and we'll duplicate it 60 times. Just like that. So instead of trying to duplicate it more times than we need, or duplicating it by hand around, we're just going to quickly use the duplicate special options and rotate it around 360 degrees with the right amount that we want. So now for the other side, we've got the teeth on that one side, but we kind of create the inside of this intake. Or at least the back portion. I guess it'd be the exhaust, but we're going to grab one of those teeth and just kind of repurpose it like I normally do. Use the lattice to scale it, kind of reshape it a little bit there. And I don't think I need those faces, so we'll delete those out. Unnecessary details at the moment. We'll straighten those guys out. And this is one of those things that wasn't detailed by Mark, and that's fine. He gave me so much detail in his art that I can't complain at all. But so this is just one of those things that I'm just kind of making up as I go here. So we'll move the pivot point of that guy down, and we'll do a duplicate special on that also. So we'll move the copies to 10, rotate it 36 degrees. And if you see what I did there, 360 degrees, okay, to go all the way around, and divided by 10, right? So that gives us 36 degrees for each one. So just some simple math there to quickly rotate the things around that you need to. So let's create another cube. We're going to position this in here and turn this into kind of a little base that this rib kind of goes into. And those are some faces we don't need, so we'll delete those. And let's add some more detail now that we've got the rough shape blocked in. And I think I'm going to extrude it back actually to kind of make it look like the thing actually, goes inside, which will help with the illusion of how this is attached on the inside, Just doing a little bit of experimentation here. I think that's going to work like that. I like that. And as you can see, if you look at the difference in the ribs there from the ones I duplicated around, I've added a little more detail to it. I brought the front forward and pinched it a tiny bit, and then kind of added a little groove inside there. And so now that we have a new one, I'm going to duplicate that around a little bit later. So I guess when I duplicated before, I got a little anxious and did it sooner than I needed to. But that's okay because it gave us an idea of what it was going to look like, right? Okay, I'm trying to get this guy to look right, to look detailed enough here. Do the paint selection tool, and we'll grab these faces here at the top of this piece and do a slight extrude outward. Whoops, we didn't quite grab all the faces. We'll try again. There we go. Extrude out. And of course add some support edges. Just like that. Okay. I think that looks a little cooler. Okay, same thing, we'll group those two pieces together, move the pivot point to the center of the cylinder, go to duplicate special, and we still want 10 copies, so 360 divided by 10 comes out to be 36. In that case we did 9, because if you do 10 it'll give you one extra one that will be over the top of the first one you duplicate from. So that'll work for us. So now we're going to go ahead and move to the body of this intake. And we'll just start from a primitive like we almost always do. So we'll grab a cube and we'll start to shape this thing out. Again, it's always great to just simply block out the shape, get it roughed in there. And here I'm looking at this thing from the front view, and I'm going to use the profile of the back cylinder piece to give me an indication of what kind of shape the large body of the intake has to be. Because the body, if you look at the artwork, the body kind of flows into the back piece, obviously. So it needs to have the same contour. So we'll use that as our template. Okay, I'm going to delete that section there to kind of to help me with that chunk that changes direction so fast right there. And we'll use a lattice to reshape this slightly. I'll fill that chunk in a little bit later. The front part comes down, so we'll use a lattice to do that. The back part, or the side parts, excuse me, kind of flare out, so we'll use a lattice to pull those sides out. So you can see how handy the lattice is. You know, you can just really quickly play with the shape until it feels right. So we go back and we'll fill this hole in using our pin to polygon tool. And come later on we'll probably redo some of the flow of the polys here. So we've got one little issue, so we'll add an edge, snap that vertex to the other one, and then we'll merge them together at 2.5, just like that. Okay, so we definitely have the rough shape in there of this thing. I'm gonna turn these edges into soft edges. Same thing with these side ones here. That'll help show me what the surface is looking like. And we'll add a little bit more detail here so we can get the shape nailed down. And we'll turn our custom polygon display options so we can easily see which parts are hard and which parts are soft. Okay, and it seems like the shape of that thing kind of, it fits the contour, slides right into that that cylinder piece at the end nicely. So let's just keep shaping this thing, matching the artwork. Try that again, grab the wrong stuff there. We'll push these guys in just slightly. Just like that. Okay, we're going to zoom ahead here just a little bit. As you can see, I've got some more detail to that to that main body of the intake, and I've added a shader to it that kind of help me see the form better. And now I've got to work on the front part. So to start off, I'm going to grab the cylinder from the back, duplicate that, and we're going to kind of repurpose that like we always do. So we'll get this in the rough shape we need it to be. And we definitely don't need all the detail on the front part that we did on the back part, so we'll delete a lot of these edges that we don't need anymore. Okay, matching the artwork there. That groove is more towards the back than the front. And we'll scale that down a little bit. Now we definitely don't need, it's not a completely cylindrical portion here. And another thing is we don't need this interior section at all. So we'll delete that, grab the border edge tool, and grab that inside border and pull it in. Nor do we need all the detail of this groove inside here, so we'll use our loop select tool, select those edges. We're actually going to scale some of those guys in, but the rest of it we'll push back just like that. So like I said, we only need half of this thing, so we'll look at it from the front view, grab those faces we don't need, missed one of them, there we go, and just delete them. So that's the easy part. Now comes the hard part, is trying to get this thing to look like it fits with the rest of it. So we'll use a lattice to kind of reshape it. And you know, it's kind of a trial by error sometimes with lattices, to get the right amount of sections in there. But I think we got a pretty decent start. Now I'm going to create another cube here, and we'll go ahead and start creating the more front section that this half cylindrical piece falls into. And we'll just block in the shape roughly like we normally do. Get the rough shape figured out before we put any kind of details in. Okay, get him positioned just right here. And this is actually going to be kind of the inside portion of this base piece. So you know, there's a lot of scaling, a lot of minor adjustments to be made as you're putting this thing together. Just using your best judgment to try and figure out how it's all going to get put together. Okay. So our loop split tool to add some more detail here. Okay. Again, a lot of times it's nice to add a Phong or a blend shader to your models, so it gives it a nice reflective quality, as opposed to a Lambert, which has no reflection. The reflective quality, especially on a model like this that's mechanical, that's a vehicle, you know, it's nice to be able to see how that surface is actually, you know, how it's behaving. Okay, so now we got the very front portion that we're going to do. So we'll start with that same old cube, and we'll just roughly block this guy out. Okay, we'll go back to using the lattice again. Something that you can see I use quite a bit. And more often than not, I use a sections divided 2 by 2 by 2. That's the quickest way, it seems like, to get it shaped just the way you want. Okay, we're just about there with our rough shape on this guy. We'll delete those faces because we don't need those. They're going to be poked into the surface of the hull. And I did a quick blend, or I'm sorry, quick beveled edge on that, beveled edge operation on that to get the shape we needed, or the beveled edge shape we needed. And just like that, we've almost got our intake completed. It does demand a little bit more attention though, and something simple like this here in the front, where you just kind of just create a simple little indent, can really go a long ways. Because with something mechanical like this, it indicates you know, more complex things happening on the interior, or indicates certain attachments of one piece to another piece. Okay, so we've got our back portion. It turned out well, and we'll grab one of those teeth that we made earlier, and we'll duplicate that, and we'll use that as the basis for one of these ribs on the interior. And let's take a look and see how this looks in perspective view. Definitely need to duplicate that out, but we're going to have to scale those down a little bit according to his position inside that half cylindrical shape. And you know, this is something I'm just eyeballing, the position of these guys. It doesn't have to be perfect. And that just about does it. They all seem a little bit short, so I'm going to change the pivot on all of them at the same time, move it to the back, and then scale them forward. And we'll duplicate those guys, mirror them over. It looks like we need an extra one there in the end there to kind of fill in that gap. Okay. Now we have one major portion left, and that's kind of the large undergirding base that this intake sits on. So again, we'll start off with the basic cube, and we'll look at it from the top view so we can get an easy understanding of what the contour of the entire piece is, and we'll shape this base out. Add a lot more detail here to give us some more options. Pretty easy stuff. Just add the detail where you need it at the moment. Don't add too much to begin with, or it'll drive you crazy trying to get everything to look just right. Just add it as you need it. Some very simple refinements there. We'll push them down, and we'll move forward a tiny bit after we refined it a little bit more, and that's what our base looks like, and that's what our intake looks like. So we'll take this guy and we'll insert it into the rest of the chopper a little bit later on. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give this guy the blend shader that I like to assign to it. And that, again, that's just for me to kind of give myself an indication of pieces that I'm already satisfied with. So we'll group those guys together, and like I said, we'll get that put into the right spot later on. Okay, moving on now. As you can see, we've got a number of little pieces going, but we've got to jump into the main portion of the helicopter, which is the hull. And now that we have this fantastic paint over from Mark, we can really get going on that, really shaping this stuff out. So that's what we're going to do right now, is just start to get this thing, get the shape roughed in. So the same way we roughly got the shapes in for some of those pieces, we're going to go ahead and start roughing in the shape of the hull. So it's the same thing, just on a larger scale. So it's going to be a lot of subdividing by hand and adding little details here and there, changing the flow of the geometry where we need to, and just shaping it the way we need to also. So the first area I'm going to focus on here is this portion that's kind of, this overhang area that's around the gun. So we'll delete that edge, and we'll just get this guy roughed in. And you got to kind of think too about the flow of your geometry, and you want to make it as clean as you can, so that later on, when you come on or you come back to add even more detail, if you have to subdivide it in a certain particular area or whatever, it's easy to do that in that particular area without over modeling other parts. So keep in mind the geometry flow and try and keep it nice and clean. And I'm looking at look at these highlights he's put in the painting, which gives a really good indication of the type of edges that he wants. And so I'm kind of following that, using that as my guide to where I should put some of these new edges that I'm creating. So we'll scale those guys together, and we'll keep moving here. So as you notice also, I do a lot of adding in terms of adding new geometry, but I also take away a lot of stuff, like I did just there. And a lot of that has to do with just redirecting some of that the flow of the geometry, and some of it just has to do with flattening the surface like I need to. So instead of trying to maneuver several vertices, trying to get them looking perfect on a certain surface, it needs to be flat. Sometimes it's easier just to delete a handful of edges and then just redraw those edges. Okay. It's a lot of fine tuning going on here. And you see a triangle right there, so we'll delete that guy. Gotta stay in quads the best you can. It's okay to use triangles sometimes if you really have to, but stay in quads 99% of the time if you can. And sometimes when you're modeling like this, you don't want to overthink it too much and worry about adding a triangle here or there, and it's going to mess up your whole thing. just try and quickly move through it and get the shape roughed out. And if you get the shape in there, that's what counts. And then you can always fix the flow of the geometry later. Of course, best case scenario is if you can do both at the same time. And I think that comes with experience. Getting the flow of the geometry right as you're shaping it is the best case scenario. But in most cases, just get the shape in there and then worry about the flow of the geometry later. Okay, that portion there definitely needs some attention. So I'll delete that edge and straighten that guy out a little bit. And we'll come back and add more detail back to that later on. Okay, one thing that you saw me do right there that I do quite a bit, if I haven't quite got the edge as straight as I want it to be, I'll leave that edge there, but I'll go back and redraw it, get it straighter like it needs to be, and then delete the old one behind. So you'll see me do that quite often, I think. That way, if you do it, if you do it like that, then it keeps the surface volume, while you're adding a new edge. But you can create the cleaner flow of the edges, and then once you've got that nice clean edge put in there, you can just delete out the old one, so you don't lose the volume at all. Okay. It's a little tricky getting this spot here because in his artwork it seems like that area needs to be pulled out a little bit more than what I have it to be. So we gotta work on that a little bit here. And again, it's just a lot of fine-tuning, and trying to keep the geometry as light as you can while you're in this stage. Just get that shape blocked in there, and only add more edges when you're absolutely sure you need it. You can always go back later and delete, what you don't need, but it'll just make your life so much easier just to keep it light, and then add detail once you're sure of the shape and the surface. So we'll work a little bit over here in this around the window area. So I hope just by watching this you kind of get a feel for what, the way I work to kind of get things to look the way they should. Unfortunately, because of time constraints and other reasons, I can't show every single thing we do on this helicopter, but this gives you a nice taste, I think, of how the work on the hull moves forward. So we're going to match that little ridge that he's put there. So we'll very gently pull these guys out. Okay. It's starting to take shape, but we've got a long ways to go still. A lot of fine-tuning and, doing and redoing, analyzing, looking at your artwork, going back and forth, trying to find areas of improvement in that shape. Okay, so that definitely needs to be pulled back a little bit to kind of match the angle of that ridge coming off of the overhang. At a time like this, it's almost it's almost like this kind of vehicular modeling gets a little bit organic, which actually makes it kind of fun for me. A lot of mechanical modeling can be a little boring because there's not a lot of creativity going on, and a lot of straight edges and simple shapes. But Mark's added a lot of nice detail into the surface here, into the hull, and it's kind of fun trying to get this dialed in just the way he has it. Trying to use the best eye you can. So a lot of this may seem like I'm redoing things. Like I said, I'm doing and redoing, but it may seem like I'm making mistakes as I go along, and I probably am. But that's kind of just the process of discovery as I get the hull shaped out. You do it, you take a look, you compare it to the artwork. You kind of get a feel for. You see things that if I did it this way, it might work a little bit better. And that's just kind of the process. It's not going to be perfect. The first edges you lay down, or the first CVs you push, you're going to have to shape it and reshape it and delete edges and add new edges and just keep chugging along until it looks the way it's supposed to. Okay. Now this ridge right here definitely gets a little tricky because it kind of changes directions on me there. Okay, so we'll keep pushing and pulling this little edge over here, making fine little tweaks and changes. And just as a side note, one thing you may notice me do, I did it just a second ago. When I'm selecting stuff, a lot of times, like I said before, you accidentally grab CVs, or I'm sorry, vertices in the background that you don't want. And there's ways around this. You can use the paint selection tool like I've been using throughout the DVD. For simple things like I just did, what I usually do is swipe the CVs that I want and then rotate my camera slightly and then hold down Control and then pull another swipe and do it so I don't grab the ones that I want, but I'm kind of swiping towards the background, and that way it kind of it'll deselect the vertices that I don't want. So kind of a pain sometimes because it's so many vertices in a model like this, you kind of grab the ones you don't want quite a bit, but it's what you have to do. Okay, I gotta work on the flow of this area. So as you can see, I've got it's looking a little messy right now, but trying to get this figured out to match the edge indicated by Mark's highlight in his artwork. So this edge in his artwork starts out kind of thick here while it's closer to the overhang, and then gets thinner as it goes up. And I'm just working on the front, kind of front area towards about the first, I don't know, I guess the first third, you could say, of the hall. Almost the first half. And I'm just kind of picking a spot there to stop for now. Just to help myself keep it organized. Otherwise I'll drive myself crazy trying to continue edges all the way to the back when I don't need to worry about that portion. I'm just going to worry on one section at a time. Okay, we'll just keep working on this guy. Redirecting some of the flow here. We'll delete that and we'll add a new edge along here. Now let's do some work around the window section. Another thing to note too is that there is a lot of fine-tuning going on, but don't worry too much about getting the surface perfect, because we're still in the rough shape stage of putting this together. We're just trying to get it all kind of mangled in there, so to speak, and we'll get the detail knocked in later. So just do some simple fine-tuning and don't sweat the details quite yet. Okay, I made those two edges hard, so even though the geometry isn't clean right there, it still gives me, I can still see where it's supposed to be hard, and so later on I can go in and add the detail I need to. So we'll scale those verts together, and we'll add an extra layer in here. Delete that edge. So I'm just kind of redirecting the flow of the geometry. And that looks like it needs to be pulled up a little bit. And we'll complete that guy now. Just like that. And this area right here, I have to admit, is a little tricky because it flips directions, and I'm not sure I like it, but we'll keep it for now. We'll probably come back and fix that later on. Okay, so there's a case right there. If you saw what I did, instead of having an edge angled like it was, I just started from one end and then clicked to the other end, which created a nice straight edge for me, and then I deleted the old edge, and by creating a nice straight one first, it maintained the volume. Okay. That's what's so great about this split polygon tool they have in the latest version of Maya, is that you can, instead of selecting edge by edge, clicking each edge you want to go through, you can just click where you want to start and click where you want to end, and it draws a nice, clean, straight edge for you. Very, very handy. Okay, so we're going to come back up to the top of the hall again and work on this a little bit more. There's this really sharp ridge that that Mark's indicated in here, and we're going to try and put that in right now. So we're going to kind of rough in the top view of what this would look like. Just like that. Okay, so those would kind of be the outer edges of that ridge. And we'll just gently push these vertices back in there, and we'll, as you can see there, what I do is I grab all the vertices that need to be pushed and move them together, and then just deselect one at a time as I continue pushing the rest of them. It kind of helps create the nice curvature that I need. Okay, so this portion of the ridge sticks out a little bit higher, so that's why I've pulled that a little bit farther. And you just got to keep eyeballing it and trying to get it to look the way it's supposed to. That's a pretty drastic drop off there, so I think that needs to come down a tiny bit. Hopefully I'm not making you too seasick by moving around so much, but it's so handy as a modeler to be able to move around the scene. Look at the geometry from every angle and get a better feel of what the surface is doing and what it needs to do. Okay, so let's create another edge along here. And we'll push that guy in to help create the other side of this ridge. Okay, it gets a little tricky in this spot, so we'll see how it goes. And the good thing is too, you don't see it here, but that large exhaust that I built earlier on, it's going to go over the top of this back portion, and so if we kind of have some problems ending it, then the large exhaust will bail us out, because we can hide our mistakes underneath it. Okay, go ahead and complete these edges. We'll bring that one down all the way that way. In the middle, the top ridge will bring through like that. And we'll keep doing some fine tuning on this thing. Okay, so I've moved forward a little bit. As you can see, I've added some a nice beveled edge along that ridge. Okay, so that is coming along. And we want to get the curvature of that area just right. It was a little flat in two directions. So we'll get working on that just a little bit here. So it's a little tricky here. This probably isn't the best way to do it, but I'm just kind of eyeballing it and getting the curvature, the rough curvature in there. And we're going to complete these edges, join them up. And sometimes you can see I don't, join them up exactly where they should meet. Instead, I join them a little farther on where I think it should, the path of the edge should go. And I'll delete the leftovers, and that way I can keep a nice clean straighter edge. We'll soften those guys. And we'll use our bevel tool just to help us out a little bit there. Okay, so like I mentioned before, we can't show all of the work done on the hull of the ship, or all of the work done on all the different little parts that are found in the helicopter. But I hope by looking at this, chapter like this, you get a feel for how I work, just to see how something like this would come together. And as you can see, I think our hull is starting to shape up into something. Still a long ways to go. In fact, in this area right here, I think I'm going to change the flow of the geometry. Instead of it all going down to that corner of the window, I'm going to bring these portions around together and loop it. That seems to make more sense to me. Okay, it's coming along. Next chapter we'll work on adding more detail. Alright, we're going to move forward with the hull of the helicopter. In the last chapter we were fleshing out the rough details of the hull, and this chapter we're going to take some of those rough areas and actually finalize them. So as you can see, I've got the hull that was previously one large piece divided into several smaller pieces. And I'll explain why I did that just a little bit. But to kind of set up what I'm going to do in this chapter, I'm going to take 3 of those pieces, starting with this one, and we're going to take it from the rough version to the finalized version, just so you see, what it takes to get it finalized and what kind of resolution it should probably be at. So we got to go in here and get this thing cleaned up and add edges where we need to add them and get it looking good. So what I'm doing right here is I'm cleaning up the edges by redrawing a new edge. It's something I like to do quite a bit, and I'll point it out several times as I'm doing this. But what I do is I keep the old edge there, and then I redraw the edge and then delete the old edge. And by doing it in that order, it keeps the volume while I redraw the edge and make it look a lot sharper and straighter, like it needs to be. So we're adding some extra support edges, and this part right here I want to redo the flow of the geometry. We'll take that guy out. And we also need to add some edges that, or support edges that are right there at the very border of this piece. And the reason for that is it needs to keep, the sharpness around the sides, because it's got to fit into the other pieces, right? When everything is subdivided, if you don't have those edges along there, then when it subdivides, you'll see cracks in between the two pieces. So you got to make sure you put an edge around each border or close to the border to maintain the sharpness. So we'll just keep going here. I'm going to make sure I add enough support edges, and we'll do a smooth test. Take a look at it, see how it's going. Looking pretty good, I think. And I think that's going to do it for this piece. That's pretty much all it takes to up-res it. This right here is going to take a little bit more detail, and the piece following this is going to take even more detail than that. First thing I'm going to do here, though, is I need to clean up some of these edges just like I talked about. So I'll redraw an edge and then delete out the old one. And sometimes, like right here and previously, I delete an edge because I want to create a rounded surface. So instead of me trying to push and pull the vertices just right, where I'm likely to get it wrong, it's easier just to delete an edge and then redraw it. Okay. Got some tweaking here to do. A lot of this is just trying to, foresee what areas of your geometry are going to need that extra support to maintain the shape that you want it to have. So a lot of it comes with experience, just kind of knowing, being able to predict how it's going to smooth out when it's subdivided. And of course, you can always do tests, and you'll see me do tests quite a bit. Just seeing how it's coming along, and you'll find places that need a little more geometry. And the idea always is keep it as light as you can. Have just enough geometry so that it maintains the shape you want it to maintain when it's subdivided. Okay. And we got some more tweaking to do here. This is supposed to be a little bit of a cavity, so we got to pull these vertices back. And I think what I'll do, though, is instead of trying to get that perfectly lined, the easiest and fastest way is just to delete those two edges. Now it's straight, and then now we just add the edge right back in there. Okay, so I'm going to take these vertices, I'm going to double click my move tool and set it to normal. And that way I can take the vertices and move them along the normal, instead of moving them along in world space. Very, very handy. Okay, back to world. And we're going to try our hand using the bevel tool here to see if this works. Just sometimes it's just a lot quicker to do something like this than trying to cut your own edges. So we'll grab both of these guys and hit bevel and change it to 0.4. And I think that'll work for us. Now back to what I was talking about before, of dividing the entire hull into multiple sections. It just makes sense to do it this way for a couple of reasons. One, because it's easier for the modeler, and two, because it's easier for the texture artist. It's easier for me to divide these in sections because it's a classic example of taking a large problem and dividing into several smaller problems to help reach your final goal. And plus, it's easier too when you're adding edges and adding new loops here and there. You don't have to pay as much attention to where the loop's going. For example, if it was still one large piece and I had to add a bunch of detail to the front, So I'm adding loops, adding edges. Well, a lot of times that'll add more detail. That loop will continue on to the tail, for example, and it's not exactly what I want. So this, by dividing the sections, I can localize the detail like I need to. And it's easier for the texture artist because they can keep the size of their texture a lot smaller. If the hull was one gigantic piece and he was trying to texture that, then the resolution would be insane to try and get it to the level of detail and level of quality that you need to have. So by dividing the sections, you can have a lot higher detail in there, and it's just easier for a texture artist to keep it organized. So, and just as a side note, whenever you're modeling this kind of stuff, you've always got to start thinking, what can I do to make this easier for the people further on down the pipeline? What can I do to make it easier for the texture artist? What can I do to make it easier for the rigger? What can I do to make it easier for the lighter? Keep your geometry as light as possible so that it's easier to render, of course. There's a lot of different things you can do, but you always got to be thinking about that. Modeling is basically the first step in the CG production pipeline. There may be artwork that's done beforehand. There almost always is. But we're pretty much the first ones that take that 2D artwork and move it into a 3D world. So keeping the pipeline efficient and clean starts with us. We've got to make sure the models work for everybody throughout the pipeline. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next chapter. So I'm going to redraw this edge right here and then delete out the old one. By leaving the old one in, while I redraw the new one, it preserves that volume, which is really necessary. Okay, we're going to keep adding some edges here. Try not to add too many edges. You got to pay attention. You don't want to just add edges for the sake of adding edges, but you do want to have enough in there that when it subdivides, it looks pretty solid. Now you can add these little support edges around sharp cuts like this, and that's necessary. But I also think it's necessary sometimes to add, keep the spacing of your geometry pretty even, so that when it does subdivide, it doesn't have a long distance to try to interpolate. If you had, for example, a sharp edge with support edges in one area, and then at the very, very end of the piece, a long ways away, you had the next poly, polys with the edges, the support edges rounded, that kind of thing, because then it has to interpolate all the way across that piece. So sometimes it's good to add a few extra edges in between just to make it easier for the interpolation to take place, and I find it looks a lot better. So right now I'm just trying to get this area cleaned up, and I'm just kind of eyeballing it actually, which may not be the best way to do it, but I think it's going to work. Okay, now I'm going to add an edge there. I'll add an edge on the other side, and then I'm going to take this edge and delete it. And that will quickly give me a nice beveled edge, and then I'll add the necessary support edges around the two edges that I just added. So that's a really quick way to get the beveled edge in there. And I'm going to add a blend shader to this geometry. And this is just, it's just a great way to get a feel for what the surface is doing. If it's kind of reflective like that, you can catch the highlight and see what's happening. It's still pretty low res at this point, so it's so you're not seeing a whole lot. Plus it's faceted, but it'll help a little bit down the road. Okay, add two edges, select one in the middle, delete, and add two more support edges. So again, it's just a quick way to get those bevels in there. Same principle here. Delete the two edges on the end, and then had some new edges in there to round it out. Okay, starting to look better. And I want to pull this guy out just slightly, so I've moved the vertices along the normal just a little bit, so it has a slight bulge right there. And I'm going to clean up this a little bit. I want to straighten that edge, and so I'll do that and delete the old one. Same thing with this right here. Delete the old one. I might be a little too anal in terms of keeping my edges straight, but that's just the way I like to do it. I like to keep it as clean as humanly possible. Okay, do a smooth test. We'll see what we have left to do. Okay, we definitely need to add some more resolution around here, because this shape was getting washed out. Okay, that helps, but we've got a little bit more to add. And that's getting a little bit closer. Okay. So a lot of this, I guess you could look at this part as, in a way, kind of the boring part, because you're just adding edges and making sure you've got enough resolution in just the right place. But it's still kind of fun because you're moving these pieces into a finalized form. Now, one thing I don't like are these edges that come up right there. It just kind of seems like they're just kind of all crammed into that area where they don't need to be crammed into. So I'm going to work on this a little bit, see if I can't figure out a better way to do it. Definitely leaving one there is fine, but having three that close together is not. And you saw when I was doing the smooth test, everything looked pretty good except for that one spot where those three edges were, because it was so tightly pinched in together that it left a crease. So we don't want to do that. So I got to figure out what to do with these guys. And what I think I'll do is actually break one of my cardinal rules, right? So I'm creating a new edge along here and just kind of changing the flow a little bit. And as you can see, I have two triangles right there. And I know some people might think that's wrong. And I agree, you should keep quads in your mesh as much as possible. 99% of the time, but there are occasions when adding a triangle here or there isn't going to kill you, especially if the model is going to get subdivided at render time, because at that point everything that's a triangle will turn into a quad. So don't do it often, but just do it when you have to. Alright, like the previous section, we can't forget to add these edges on the very, very outer portion, right by the border, so that when it subdivides, it maintains that sharpness along the edge, so that it looks good when these sections are buttered up next to each other. Looks like I forgot to finish that edge off there. We'll get that taken care of. Okay, another smooth test. I think it looks pretty good. Okay, we're going to move on to our last section, and of the three sections, this one requires the most work, the most remodeling. And you'll see why as I kind of get into it. If you look at Mark's artwork for this part. There's some tricky spots. There's a couple of cavities that I got to put in, and a couple indented areas. But the first thing though that's kind of tricky is this spot right here. I need to kind of figure out how to redo the flow of the geometry right here. It doesn't make much sense the way I have it. So we'll see if we can get this figured out. Okay. You look at this, and I think I see a way to fix this. It's kind of a weird intersection that we have here between these three pieces. And I want to get this taken care of. I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a new strip along the piece that we were just working on, and we're going to remove that strip and turn it into part of this new section. Okay. So we've added that. Now I'm going to go in here, got the faces turned on, and I'm going to select all the faces along this strip. It's probably kind of hard to see, but I'm just selecting all the faces there for that strip. And once I get them selected, just like that, I'm going to hit extract. Okay, so now we'll take that piece that we just extracted and combine it with our section. Okay, and since those vertices were already on top of each other, we can just select all of it and merge the vertices at 0.001. And there's one little guy here that escaped us, but we'll just merge him like that. Okay, we'll delete that edge, and we'll continue cleaning this up. But I think you'll see it. What I did there just makes a lot more sense by taking that strip away from the other section and add it into this section. The junction where these three sections meet up just seems to make a lot more sense to me. And like I said, this is the piece that needs the most attention because of the details that Mark has in his design. So we're going to keep fleshing out the shape of this thing. Okay, well, I've added an edge there, but I definitely want to redo that. It was pretty crooked there. So I'll delete that guy and go with the one I just added. Lots of fine-tuning and tweaking going on. And we'll pull these guys over to the side just slightly. Okay. Alright, it's starting to take shape, but we still have a long ways to go. And one of the things I need to do here is get that outer rim that he's got in his artwork shaped just right. Okay, so I've moved all those edges around, so now I want to clean this up a little bit. So we'll add some new edges so they're nice and straight, and we'll select all these guys and delete them out. And now we have straight edges along that corner once again. Okay, we'll pull that guy out just slightly. And we'll pull him out as well. Of course, we've got to continue that loop all the way around. There we go. Now this section's a little tricky. He's got two little indents built into this side based off of his artwork, and I've got to figure out a good way to put that in there. So let's do a little experimentation here. I've added 4 edges. I'm going to grab the vertices on the 2 inner edges and kind of push them in, see how it looks. Not really what I was going for. We're going to have to come back to that later. It's kind of a tricky spot. You know, and that's the way it goes a lot of times in modeling. You don't have a perfect solution to every scenario that pops up. A lot of it's trial and error. You know, trial and error. You just got to try some things, see if it looks right. If it doesn't, you may have learned a few things here and there in that test you did, and you move on to the next thing until you get it right. But I also like to not get stumped on something. You can, you know, try and do something and, you know, kind of like beating your head against a wall, a brick wall. You can't quite get it right, and you spend all day on one little thing. So a lot of times, if I'm having a hard time with something, I'll try it a couple of times. If it doesn't look right, I'll put it on hold and move on to something else. So that's what I'm going to do for now. I'll come back to that later. Now, he's got a little portion of this section that, you know, is kind of a little add-on almost. And I guess what I could have done was make it all one piece, but it just seemed easier and logical to, or seems easier and logical to create a cube and just kind of add it to the top here and make it its own piece. And it should look totally fine. It should look like it integrates okay if we get it looking the way we should. If I would have kept it all, you know, all one piece, then that would have added gobs and gobs more resolution to this piece that already is going to have lots of resolution to it. So it just makes more sense to me to make it a separate piece and just kind of cram it in there. Just have a little bit of interpenetration. Okay. Okay. Notice I'm getting the rough shape built in. You know, I probably said this several times, but always start simple. It's like a painting, you know. Start really rough, and then once you get the form built in there, that's when you go in and add the details. If you try to add details too soon, before you get that rough form in there, then you're just going to give yourself a headache trying to fix it later when you find issues with the proportion or the relationship to the other pieces. Okay, we can delete that face on the bottom because it's poked in there and we're not going to see it. So we'll try and conserve some space in that regard. And I'm just going to go ahead and try and bevel this guy just to really quickly get the nice highlights along the edges. We'll try to 0.6. Okay, I think 0.6 will do us just fine. So I'll add a couple new edges along here, and I'm going to go ahead and smooth it. And I'm going to take my Sculpt Geometry tool and reduce the brush size by holding down B and moving the middle mouse, dragging the middle mouse button. And I'm just going to add a little bit of distortion to these edges, just to make it look a little more beat up. Now this is something that I normally would do for a lot of pieces, a lot of models, and I haven't done a lot in with this model. And the reason for that is because the texture artist is going to do a lot of it. The helicopter is going to be moving so fast, and the animation is pretty fast paced, that there's never a close-up or a hold on any one piece. So, you know, a lot of the beat up, roughed up, you know, look can come from the texture artist by using bump and displacement. So I just haven't concentrated on that. And why am I doing it now to this piece? Yeah, just because it's kind of fun, actually. I don't have a good explanation. It gets kind of fun sculpting in some of the roughed up areas, and I get a little carried away, I have to admit, sometimes. Okay. So we've got that top section added in, and that should work for us just fine. And now I've got to go back in here and work on the rest of this. Okay, I've got to figure out a good polyflow for a lot of this stuff. So again, it's a little bit trial and error, trying to get it to look just right. Still have a long ways to go on this piece though, because we've got to add all the cavities in there and go back to where he had added those ridges and get those put in as well. Okay, I'm going to try again. I'm going to try this time by taking these faces and extruding them back like so. And take that vertice, snap it, merge it at 2.5, do the same thing with that one. And I'll see if we're getting any closer to getting those ridges to look right. And we definitely got to pull this guy up a little bit more because we've got to add the cavities into the section. Okay, we'll clean up that edge by drawing the new one and deleting out the old one. Always leaving in the old one till the new one is done being drawn. That way it preserves the volume. same thing in that scenario. I'm going to go ahead and add a loop inside of here. And this is going to be the beginnings of the cavity. We'll grab the faces on the inside of that loop and extract back. I'm going to do the same thing over here to where the other cavity is supposed to be. Okay, so we've got the loop in there. We'll grab the faces on the inside and extract back. Now another thing I could have done, instead of adding the loop manually, I could have just grabbed the faces and extracted inward, scaled inward. But since it's such an odd shape, especially around the corner area where it kind of curves around the corner, it probably would have given me weird results. So in that case, it was just easier to manually draw in the loop and then extract later. So what I've done here, I just grabbed the faces real quick, added a shader that was colored black, and assigned that shader to them. And that's just for me, so I can kind of visualize what it's going to look like, you know, just to remind myself that that is a cavity, and that the texture artist will take care of making it look like it goes far back, right? When really it just is, you know, slightly recessed in. Okay, going to add some support edges in there to maintain the shape, the crispness around the edge. Okay, we'll delete that edge right there to give us a bevel. And we got to fix this area. Pull that out. Okay, adding some more support edges, obviously, to keep the sharpness around the edge. And I like how the cavities are turning out. It looks pretty good. Let's go back to these ridges just for a second, because they're not quite done. Okay, I'm going to manually add a loop in there. And we'll just create a triangle like that. We'll snap those vertices to the one at the top and merge at 2.5. But like every other piece, we've got to add the necessary support edges to keep it sharp. So we need to surround it with the right kind of geometry. And I'm seeing a little problem area here because I've got one corner of the ridge butting into the corner of the cavity, and that doesn't sit very well with me. I think it'll kind of mess things up. So let's reorganize this a little bit. And it's still pretty close, but at the very least the tip of the corners aren't meeting each other anymore. There's a little bit of geometry that separates them now. Okay. I think that might work for us. We've got to add a little bit more here though. Instead of bringing those down into one point, I think I'm going to carry those out actually and just add an extra edge on each side. So same thing over here, delete the outer ones, bring that over, and then carry the edge on through. Just like that. Okay, do a smooth test. And that's actually not too bad. The smooth test kind of showed a few places that still needed some more resolution. One of the drawbacks of modeling in polygons versus modeling in NURBS is that polys you have to constantly do tests, smooth tests on your model to make sure it's going to look right at render time. If you don't do that, then you may get some very, very unpredictable results that can totally mess up a shape. So, like I said, that's one of the drawbacks because you're constantly having to go back and forth doing smooth tests. There's some other options you can choose instead of doing that. You can do a smooth proxy model. I know a lot of people like to do that. For myself, I just find it cleaner and easier just to have the model in there and just run a quick smooth on it and see how it's going. NURBS models have a lot of disadvantages, but one of the advantages they do hold over polys is that NURBS are very, very predictable. So what you see on the screen is what you get at render time, assuming that your tessellation settings are correct, or that they're high enough. So it's really handy because you don't have to do any kind of smoothing or testing. You know exactly what you're going to get based on what you see in the screen. But you can do a lot more with polys, especially with a model like this that has so many extruded and has so many extruded parts or so many cavities or little pieces here and there. So I would definitely advise doing something like this in polys and not NURBS. Okay, so we've moved forward in time a little bit, and this is our finished piece. So we've got the three pieces worked on. The first one, that's what the up-resed final version looks like. And the second one, same for that. And of course the third one that we've just been working on. And I think that's gonna work for us. It's gonna look okay at render time. And now that I've showed you these three sections, I'd like to show you just a couple more things here. We've seen sections of the hall created, but there's also a lot of add-on pieces that Mark has been creating, and a lot of those pieces are right there in the front along the edge of the window, and so I'm going to go ahead and work on some of that. And for this piece, I'll get it started at least, and you'll see how it's going, and then we'll kind of skip ahead and see what the final result looks like. But to begin with here, this piece follows the contour of the side of the window. So what I'm going to do here is look at it in the side view and use the window as my template to get the curvature of this piece correct. And if you notice also though, the window itself is kind of angled. It's not at a perfect 90 degrees when you look at it from the front. It's actually kind of pushed in a little bit. But I'm modeling it at this point straight up and down. I'm going to match it to the side, of course, but from the front, we'll take care of that later. And the reason being, it just makes it tons easier as you're modeling something like this. If I was trying to model this at that funny angle, pushing and pulling the vertices would just get a lot harder, because you very easily might push or pull some of those vertices at an awkward angle. So I always find it easier to model something like this straight up and down, and then move it into place later using a lattice and using the scale tool, whatever it takes. So the same thing I did with that large intake piece that's on the side. Model it, in a simple, easy fashion, and then move it into place later. And if you have to, get a lattice and get it taken care of that way. Okay. So we're getting the rough shape figured out here. And as always, take a complex problem and try and figure out how you can break it down into simpler, more manageable problems. So there's a lot of pieces to this add-on piece, but if you look at we're going to start out doing the base, and then we'll figure out simple ways to add those other pieces on there. And keep your model really light at this point, as always. Just get that shape roughed in there, and once that shape is roughed in there, then we can start adding detail. And the artwork Mark gave me is really, really nice. There's no profile or front view, it's a perspective view, so I'm just kind of having to eyeball it, which is fine. That seems to work okay. I know there's been a lot of times in my that I've worked at different companies that I've been given a front view and a side view of something. You model it exactly to what it's given to you as in the front and side view, and once you see it in perspective, it just doesn't look right. So a lot of times it's better to see something in perspective, a piece of artwork in perspective, and then you just use your artistic ability to match it the best you can and make it look right. Okay. It's definitely kind of an awkward shaped piece here, but once it gets put all together, I think it's going to look pretty cool. I'm going to change the flow of the geometry a little bit. Instead of having that piece look like it was just pushed in, I'm going to make it look like that entire piece was actually extracted out, or extruded out, sorry. Okay, make sure those vertices are deleted. We'll take that guy and we're going to extract him. We'll do it from the side. That way he comes down nice and straight. Okay, so this add-on piece is starting to take shape here. And I gotta select these inner areas and push them back, like so. Okay, so I think you can see how the rough shape is getting in there. In a lot of ways, modeling is pretty easy. You know, just start simple, keep it simple, and then once you get that rough shape built in, that's when you add the detail. And I'll say it again, I think anybody could be modeling this helicopter as long as you have some basic modeling, Maya modeling skills, poly skills, and you have patience and time and good artwork like Mark has provided me. I really think just about anybody can do this. A lot of simple shapes, you just have to have the patience to get it put together. I'm going to delete these faces in the back like I always do because we're not going to need them. They're going to be poked into the rest of the geometry. So you might as well keep your model as clean as possible and light as possible. Okay. So it's starting to come together nicely, I think. And we'll pull those guys down just slightly. Okay. The rough version of this is almost done. Okay, we're going to move ahead in time a little bit. We've taken that rough version and we've added some more detail and we've up-resed it quite a bit so that it maintains the shapes we want. So this is what it looks like up-resed, and this add-on piece has more add-on pieces added to it, including this guy right here, where I've done some simple extruding to make make it have a nice circular piece, and the little digits, if you want to call them that were coming off, have these simple cubes added to it. So again, just really simple shapes added here and there to make it look more complicated than it is. So I think that area is coming along. So now I want to work on one more little spot and that is this kind of support that looks like it's it looks like a piece is kind of holding the window, the bottom window, in place. So we're going to work on that as the last part of this chapter. I hope by you seeing me work on these pieces and also seeing me work on high-resing a few of the sections, I hope you get a feel for how the rest of the helicopter would go. Because of time constraints, like I said, I just can't show every single thing, and so just trying to pick out a few places that will give you an idea of what to do or how to model it. So this piece, what makes this piece a little bit tricky is that you have this square bar that kind of actually forms into a triangle on the edge. It's got to come towards the cylinder at the bottom, and it's got to, the edge of it has to match the contour of that cylinder. So we're going to try and figure out the best way to do that. Might be a little tricky, but I think we can handle it. I'm going to delete out those edges because it was already more detail than I needed. Got to follow my own rules and keep it simple and then add detail later, right? Okay, the back of this bar is definitely got a thinner edge to it than the front, so that's why I scaled those vertices down. And that needs to come down just slightly. And we'll get this thing positioned just right. Okay, I've got to figure out a way to add more resolution here in the proper manner so that I can match that contour of the cylinder. Okay. This should be able to get us started. Move the pivot point to the tip there and scale upward from there. It's always a handy thing to remember. Changing the pivot point to the spot where you're working currently is really helpful when you need to scale something and keep it, or be able to match it to a certain size. Had I left the pivot point in the middle of that object and then tried to scale, it would have moved the edge or the tip of that bar away from the cylinder, which is fine. I could always move it back and then take a look at it, but it just is easier to move the pivot point to the edge, then scale it upward, and that way it scales from that point, and you can see right there how much you need to scale it. Okay, we've got to get this area nailed down. This is the trickiest spot of this model, I think. Let's add a little more resolution here. And I want to change the flow of the geometry a little bit. That'll help me, because before, the way I had it, trying to pull that top edge to match the contour of the cylinder was just causing a weird shearing of the polygon. So we're going to change the flow a little bit, just like that. Delete that edge, and we'll pull those guys down. Okay. I think we've just about got that outer edge to match the contour of the cylinder. we just need the same old fine tuning and tweaking until we get to look just right. Okay, it is definitely coming along. I think we're ready to, just about ready to duplicate this guy over. We're going to tweak a couple more things. And we probably need some more support edges right here to maintain that shape. And we need a couple edges in there instead of just one, because there's a sharpness along that outer side of the bar. So now we're ready to duplicate it. We'll scale it in Y -1. Move the pivot point so we snap it to that point right there, and we'll snap the entire thing to the other half. Combine. Grab the vertices, merge at 0.001, and there we go. And so you can see this this nice little support beam that looks like it's supporting the window. I think it works pretty well. I especially like how it starts sharp and goes a little more blunt as it goes along. But our helicopter is definitely coming along. Well, we've come a long ways in the previous 8 chapters. The helicopter's almost finished. There's still a few things we have left to do, which I'll show you. But I've got all the sections high res now, and a lot of the pieces like the gun and the large intake taken care of, and of course the interior we finished a long time ago. So here's a quick look at that. But I just want to be able to show you, kind of the progress that we have going on here. It's really close to completion. I'm just going to have Mark take one more look at it, and he's going to give us another screen grab paint over to go over some changes that he might want to make. but really it's looking pretty good. One of the parts that's missing is we don't have a lot of detail underneath it at this point, and that's one of the things that Mark and I talked about in terms of him giving me some more detail. A couple of things I want to point out to you. I want to show you, first of all, the propeller base. I'm going to turn off the interior there because the scene's getting pretty heavy. As you can see, the propeller base has changed quite a bit. Now, what happened was I kind of jumped the gun and I started modeling the propeller base before I got that final paint over from Mark. And so I had a pretty much finished model of the old version of the propeller base, before he gave me the paint over and gave me this final version. So I had to basically redo what I had done before and create a new one based off of his new design. So I just want to go in here and show you some of the simple shapes. It may look complicated from a distance, but if you get up close and actually look at the shapes that exist, it's really simple stuff. A bunch of cylinders, a bunch of cubes, and it's all stuff that we've talked about before. Getting the rough shapes in there and then detailing it later. Now the stuff underneath, they're honestly just a bunch of pieces that I grabbed that I've already modeled in other parts of the helicopter, and I just resized them and kind of threw them in there haphazardly, and it just kind of creates an illusion of a bunch of technobabble that kind of makes sense. Now, I did have to redo the propeller base, but I found a use for the old propeller base, and that's this spot right here. This part was never it was never detailed out by Mark, and I did need something that would connect the large gun on the bottom to the helicopter, and so I grabbed the old propeller base and scaled it, reshaped it a tiny bit, and repurposed it. So again, that's just, something you might want to think about. Is there are some pieces that you might have to throw out on a model you've done, but you might be able to use it for something else. And in this case, I was able to do that with the old propeller base. I also want to show you this large gun, of course, that I put together, just to show you kind of some of the simple shapes that are in there. Again, from a distance, it may look complicated, but really it's pretty simple. Starting out with a lot of cubes, and again, more fake technobabble kind of shoved in there to make it look more complicated than it is. These parts right here are kind of unique, and basically what I did was I took a cube and extruded the faces inward, right? And then once I got it all figured out, duplicated that whole cube, rotated it about 45 degrees, and then it gave me this result, which I kind of liked. Since it's kind of a machine gun, I kind of pictured it, doing some kind of rotation as the machine gun's firing. It seemed to make sense. So again, just simple pieces that I've thrown together here to match the artwork of Mark Garner. And this piece might have been maybe one of the harder pieces to do for the gun. But what I did was I created one strip, okay, cut the holes into it, added the necessary edges so it had the edge support needed, and then just duplicate that strip several times and then combine the vertices together to make it one piece. And it seems to smooth pretty well. It seems to work out okay. Of course, the missiles are simple cylinders, and then this piece at the bottom was a little difficult, but we had to get it shaped. It was difficult because we had to shape it just right to wrap around the rest of the gun area. But again, just starting out with a simple cube, and here's kind of the little claws, or whatever you want to call them, that actually attach or hold on to the missiles. Okay. Now I hope something you notice here looking at some of these models is that I try and keep them really, really clean. For a production model, that's really important. It's going to help a lot of people down the line. It's going to help the texture artists. It's going to help the riggers. It's going to help the lighting artists. You got to have your models clean and efficient, and ready for the rest of the production pipeline. So here's a look at some of the other stuff. There's a small intake. A lot of the pieces are ripped from the large intake. Again, a lot of simple pieces put together in an interesting way to make it look more complicated than it is. And little details like that little extrude that I showed you right there just kind of help it along sometimes. Just by doing simple things like extruding a few faces inward can really, really help it. So these are some of the extra pieces that I put together that didn't have time to show you in the DVD, but I think really helped the overall look of the helicopter. The one thing I need to do still is I need to add lots of fine detail in terms of some bolts that are going to be on the outside. And I want to show you a quick little technique here to help you add simple things like bolts and add them quickly, because it's something that can get very tedious if you're trying to add them one by one. And we're going to do it by creating a curve. Okay, so we're just going to lay down a quick curve here, just kind of random, just like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the bolt, okay, we'll turn off our grid, but we'll take the bolt, then we'll select the curve, and under the animation menu set, we'll go under Animate, Motion Paths, Attach to Motion Path. So now that curve is, or now that bolt, excuse me, is attached to the motion, or attached to the curve. And if you notice, I've got my timeline set to 20 frames. Okay, so it knows that it needs to reach across it, that entire curve in 20 frames. And so we're going to go back to that same menu and go to Animation Snapshot and create Animation Snapshot. And what that does is create the bolt. It shows where the bolt is at each of those points in time off of those 20 frames. So, and it creates copies of the bolt along the curve, just like that. Okay? So now we've got 20 bolts along the curve, just like we need it. So it's something that I can do for the helicopter. So let's test it out. I'm going to duplicate these two sections, and I'm going to combine them and make them live. And I'm combining them and making them live because you can only make one object live at a time. So I'm just going to use these as quick templates to lay down our curve, and then after we're done with them, we'll delete them. But for now, they're handy because it allows us to make that curve. So we'll go ahead and combine them. Okay, and we'll grab the bolt that we're going to use as our initial starting off point. Okay, so we select the sections, hit the Make Live button. It turns it to kind of a wireframe mode and turns it green. And now that it's in the Make Live, we can take the curve creation tool, okay, and we can sit there and just go ahead and create our curve, and it snaps it right to that object. Okay, so we're just going to create the curve where we want the bolts to end up landing, just like that. Okay, so now we've got a curve on there, and I've still got my timeline set to 20 frames, and I think that's going to work just fine in this case. The number of bolts you want along a distance, you know, you can change that by how many frames you've got set up in your timeline. But I've done the test or two for this, and I think 20 is going to work just fine for me. So I'll grab my bolt and kind of rotate it and position it roughly how I need it to. And we're going to get rid of that model for a little bit, and looks like I accidentally made the bolt live. We've got to take that off. There we go. Okay, so we have the bolt and we have the curve that we laid down. And we want the bolt to follow that path. Okay, so we select the bolt and we select the curve, go to Animate, Motion Paths, just like that, and we can see it's going to go along the curve in 20 frames in that manner. Okay, so then we go back to Animate, and we say Create Animation Snapshot, and hit Snapshot, and it creates a bolt where it would be along that curve at each frame. And so we can hide the curve now or delete it, and if we show the rest of the helicopter, and there we go, we have bolts that follow along the contour of that helicopter hull, exactly how we planned it to be. Now, one thing to keep in mind is it's not going to be perfect because you can't really control the rotation of the bolts like you want. So you still do have to go in and kind of tweak a few of them, maybe move it down and rotate it, that kind of thing. So there are some tedious things you have to do still, but it's a nice quick technique that will help you you know, very quickly lay down a bunch of bolts or other details. You can use this for a lot of different things, and then you can come back later and finish them off. Now this is the last paint over that Mark sent me here. This is actually one of 3 that he sent me, and this is him detailing out the bottom. I sent him a screenshot and he sent it right back with a nice paint over with some details written in there. So I want to show you what I've done here according to the changes he's requested, the last changes, before we finish this thing off. One of the first things was behind this large intake or exhaust, he actually wanted that curvature to change to leave some more room for it, the exhaust to get out. He also wanted kind of a, some more technobabble or maybe some kind of indication of a camera built into this piece. So we added a little bit of detail there. And on these back wings, he wanted a nice sharpness in front, and I kind of kicked myself I didn't see that to begin with, because it just makes sense. I think it's a great addition. Just a little bit more detail on the wing. He requested a little signal bubble type thing. And then here's the stuff in the bottom that he requested I put in. He's got kind of a back hatch that you might be able to see people coming out of right there. And we also have an indication of how the landing gear might work on this helicopter. Of course, it's just an indication. It doesn't actually work. It just kind of gives the illusion that there's something there that, some kind of landing gear leg that could pop out. Now, if part of the animation actually showed the helicopter landing, of course, we'd have to detail it out and work with rigging to figure out the best way to implement that. But since we don't see that, it's kind of a cheat, but it's the way to go, because you can just quickly indicate it and not worry about the details. So again, just simple shapes in here, just trying to put in some of the details that he asked for. I didn't have to change the surface of the hull too much, just had to kind of indent it a little bit when I put that back hatch on there, and that was about it. And then of course he requested a little more detail here in the very tail of the ship. So it's almost got like a little fin in the background there, the very back I mean. Okay, so those were the rough, or not the rough, but those were roughly the final changes that he requested that I make. And so here we are. I've made those changes and we have a finished helicopter, and I think it's looking pretty solid. Again, it's not perfect, but it's never perfect. There's always time constraints and things like that you have to deal with. But for what we need to do, I think it's going to work. Now, one thing I want to show you here is the outliner. Now this thing, what I want to show you is the naming structure that I have set up. I've got everything grouped and named as cleanly and as perfectly as I possibly could. And I'm dragging this next to the layer editor here because I want to show you how I've got it structured. I've got my groups set up according to the way my layers are set up also. This is just my technique. I like to do it this way to keep it organized. I just find it confusing sometimes when people have layers for one thing and groups for something else, and so you never know which groups belong to which layer. So I like to keep those things corresponding as much as possible. And I know it's tedious, but in a production model you have to have a solid naming structure for everything. You have to have things grouped in a way in a logical manner that makes sense, and you have to have all the pieces named properly. So what I suggest is you go out and go check out like High-End 3D or one of those places, one of those sites, and find a good naming mel script that you can install that will help you, select several pieces at a time and get all your pieces named properly. And they don't have to be the perfect names. You don't have to have the perfect technical name for anything, especially something futuristic like this. It's not going to have, there may not be pieces that correspond to pieces to this helicopter that's set in the future. So, but it's just got to make sense, so when someone opens up your scene, they can see very quickly how you have it organized, and they can understand what's going on. One of the worst things you could possibly do in a production is if you try and pass this model on and it doesn't have a very good naming structure, things aren't grouped correctly. You've got to have it organized. It can be tedious, it can be difficult to do that, but you have to have it a clean, tight model just like that. And another note, make sure all your pieces have the transformations frozen. Okay. So on that note, this model is pretty much ready to pass on now to the texture artist for the text artists to do their thing. What I'd like to do next is to show a few renders that I have of the helicopter. I did a couple ambient occlusion renders, so I'm going to show those to you next. And after I show the renders, we're going to take a special tour of Gentle Giant Studios, where they're going to create a maquette of this helicopter that I've put together.
How's it going, Paul?
How's it going, Brian? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Oh, this place is awesome. So, how did I get the name Gentle Giant?
Well, Gentle Giant. The owner of the company, Carl Meyer, is a really big guy. He said gentle nature. A lot of his friends called him the Gentle Giant, so the name just kind of seemed to fit.
Huh, that's cool. And originally it was a toy company, right?
Toy prototyping, yeah. In fact, we still are a toy prototyping company. We make toys for other people that develop toys and collectibles, and we have our own line of toys and collectibles.
Okay, but you also do some work for film, right?
We absolutely do, yeah. Way back when, we actually adopted 3D scanning technology to scan maquettes, and that would segue right into product development, and we realized that could open up to VFX and some of the film needs that they have in production. It would segue into that. But why don't we take a look around?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
So how does this process, where does it start from? What do you do to begin with to get something like this?
Well, like I said, we take the original sculpt that we make, the prototype, and then we'll digitize that. And once we have that data, we've cleaned that up, we've made sure that it's all hole filled, it's a watertight model. We send that on to CNC foam milling, which essentially takes a huge chunk of foam and it just mills it out. It creates a tool path based upon the scan data. And then from there, we take that and we will cover it with clay and go right in there and do all the smaller details. We'll reintroduce all those details from the original sculpt. And then we'll coat it with a resin, paint it, and this is what you see. It's the end result.
Awesome.
Here's another example of a life-size piece.
Wow.
Yeah, that's Cuso from Red Star.
Yeah.
And Chris Gossett, actually, who has worked with us over the years as one of our 2D artists, and we've had a lot of collaborative projects. He's this is one of the featured characters in that comic book. So we had to, after we made a limited run mini bust, resin mini bust, we decided to scan that and go into this scale for Comic-Con.
That's amazing. So cool.
Cool, thanks. So now we're into the digital department, and we have a lot of our head scanners, body scanners staged here, where we can take everything out on location, scan the actors at their home or on sets, and in some cases we have to break down all that equipment and ship it around the world to get it to set.
Right.
So.
Okay, so why the trailer?
Well, actually, we need to be mobile with our scanning equipment. The actor schedules are so tight, they can't always make it to us. We need to go to them, and that puts us ahead of everyone else doing this. So what we've done is we have a custom trailer built here that you see with a full body scanner and head scanner housed within, and that lets us go to sets, studios locally, and we should take a look inside so you can get a look for yourself, okay? So what we have in here is the body scanner. Actually, it's a Cyberware body scanner, and we're able to go to set and work around the actor's schedule, the shoot schedule, And they'll come in here between takes and get a quick 20-second body scan, which delivers 500,000 to 1 million polygons in a random ordered mesh.
Oh, wow.
And it's just really high detailed scan.
And how long does it take, for it to get a scan?
Each scan is 20 seconds, but we usually have about half an hour to an hour with the actors because the head scanner, that process takes a little bit longer. We have to get them to emote and get those expressions that we need.
Wow. So they just stand right here, and then the cameras go around. There's
Absolutely.
How does it work?
Well, actually what happens is the actor will stand up here like this, and the scan heads will actually come down. They travel one direction down. Once they've actually hit the floor there, that we're done, they come back up. We have 4 cameras. There's 1 camera in each one of these heads, and that projects out a near-infrared laser, and the cameras record the topology based upon where that laser falls on the subject.
Oh, okay, awesome. So what are some movies that have been created with this device?
Somewhat recently, Pirates of the Caribbean. Actually, all of the films there. We were out at Universal Studios on set, and we had Johnny Depp and Keira Knightley and many others from the crew, the cast of that. We scanned them for various VFX houses.
Huh. That's awesome.
Next, I would like to show you where we go from digital to practical.
Okay.
And that is all about the rapid prototyping technology that we incorporated into our process. Go through here.
Oh, wow. So this is where it actually gets built, huh?
This is our rapid prototyping machine. This is one of them, I should say, out of 6. This is the newest addition to the RP family here, and this is actually the Eden machine. And what it does is it takes that digital model and it slices it up into very, very thin layers. The software does that, and basically gives this machine a tool pattern to go from. And it works a lot like a 2D printer, only in this case, we're laying down resin.
Huh.
That's kind of how it works.
Wow. So it's actually, it's like a waxy resin type substance that it creates it in?
Exactly. There's 2 parts to the process. There's the build material and the support material. And the build material is kind of a polymer. It's a UV catalyzed polymer. So when you look at it, you can actually see the light there. It takes a pass over the subject matter and it solidifies it. So every 15 micron layer thickness or thousandths of an inch layer thickness gets catalyzed, and that's the platform drops down just enough to accommodate the next layer.
So how long does it take to print something like this out?
This one will probably take about 6 to 7 hours. It really depends on how much resolution we're trying to get out of the subject matter. The better the resolution, the longer it takes.
And for a machine this size, how big of a model can you make, a sculpture?
Actually, this is a pretty large footprint that this machine has, so you could build about 12 inches tall and almost 12 inches wide, really, as well. So you can get a sizable amount. If you have a really large sculpt that you want to do, a really large prototype, you could cut that data into sections and then glue it together after the fact.
Okay. So do you have any samples of some of the printouts the machine like this has made?
Absolutely. Let me show you one of the our more prized sculpts here that we've done.
Oh, wow.
This is the actual a Venom from Spider-Man. And if you take a look at this, you can see all of the mesh details that came out so crisp and clean and would almost be impossible to do via traditional sculpting.
Yeah.
So everything you see here was a result of a ZBrush model that was done by one of our premier artists here. And that data went right to that machine, the Eden, and then that built that up very slowly at very, very thin layers. And what we end up with is a final sculpt that we really don't have to go back into traditional sculpting with.
Yeah.
We go right to manufacturing, right to the master mold, and then we do our limited run collectible resin
Oh,
piece.
that's amazing. And that takes about 6 to 7 hours.
Actually, this one was probably more like a 20-hour build.
Oh, really?
But you weigh that out against a week of sculpting.
Yeah.
It really works out.
Can I hold it?
Absolutely.
Afraid I'll drop it.
So In here we have our 2D concept department, and they do a myriad of things really. Part of what they're tasked with is coming up with product ideas and or really illustrating some existing ideas that our product development department has. Then we hand that over to the sculptor as an approved concept design, and from there we start to sculpt and bring this into 3D.
So mostly your 2D artists work as inspiration for your 3D sculptors, is that right?
Exactly, but that's only part of the picture. Really, we also task these guys with doing character concept work for video games, sometimes feature film as well. Video games is really, that's a big industry for us, especially with the concepting side of things. So we'll get a couple of lines sometimes, really a character description in a character document, and we go from there and we'll do our thumbnail sketches, we'll go to tight lines, sometimes we'll do mood paintings or speed paintings on the characters that are approved by the developer or the client.
And so that kind of stuff never becomes a sculpture, but you're just doing pure conceptual artwork for some of these video game companies.
Exactly. That concept work goes right into our ZBrush pipeline and our Maya pipeline to create the digital assets that are dropped right into the game.
Wow.
We'll do the textures and make sure that everything that we're creating is within the parameters of their pipeline and is usable for in-game use.
That's so cool. So for my helicopter that I modeled for this behind-the-scenes project, how does that fit into this whole process here?
Well, you know what? We'll take you back to the beginning of that process. In order to do that, we should talk to Scott Spencer. Let's go meet him. Okay.
All right.
Hey man, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Scott?
Good to see you again.
So how does the helicopter I modeled fit into this process you guys are doing here?
Well, once we got the geometry from you, we take that Maya ASCII file, open it up, and just make sure that all the polygon surfaces are either watertight or intersecting the base geometry.
What do you mean by watertight?
Well, we want to have one contiguous surface. For instance, if you've got a sphere and then a box, you don't want that box sitting on the surface of the sphere. You want them to be intersecting, so when the machine builds, it's got one surface, one part that it can put together. So I've actually got an example here that I can show you. This is a governor motor, and this is a 3D model.
Wow.
But what happened is, because these parts were modeled to move, they'll rotate around each other.
That's amazing.
So the idea is, because there was draft and empty space in between all these parts, they'll actually function. So with the helicopter, we want to make sure that all the greeble surface and the detail, all the little technical elements, actually are grabbing onto that surface, so when it's built on the machine, it'll actually build and be part of it, as opposed to just sitting on the surface, in which case it would just fall right off.
Right.
So once we've got that done, once we have that processed, then I'll take the model, make sure that it's within an acceptable polygon limit. If it's not, then I'll just take some pieces and decimate them slightly.
And what is an acceptable polygon limit for what you're doing?
Typically around 300 meg.
Huh.
So once we're within that limit, I'll go ahead and send it over to the output machine, where it's extruded layer by layer until 24 hours later, where we've got the final part.
Okay, so now that Scott has explained to you how he got it from the digital model to the practical model, we should go check out the final result.
Great,
Okay,
let's
take a look. Here we go.
Wow, look at all this.
This is it.
Wow, wow, look at that thing.
Isn't that cool?
That is awesome.
So you can see all that detail that you put in the original digital model, and now you have a practical maquette.
Yeah, look at all the detail the printer is able to capture.
Pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Even the thin blades up here. And
Now, did you have to print those propellers out separately? Or?
absolutely. There was some fabrication after we had the printed
Okay.
out parts, and some assembly required, so to speak.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Hey, Brian, thank you so much. For all the work.
Absolutely. You bet.
And thank
More
you so
than
much
welcome.
for the tour. This place is amazing.
Oh, thanks so much. Well, hope you enjoy that model.
Oh,
That's
this is great.
a lot of hard work on your part, and I think it came out fantastic. So
Yeah, so do I.
here we go. Enjoy.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right.
We'll see you.
Take care. See ya.
Hey guys, thanks for checking out my DVD, Vehicle Modeling for Production. Make sure you check out the other DVDs in the series as well, especially Ted's DVD that talks about texturing of the same vehicle that I just modeled. Thanks a lot.